heard stories about me. That I'm a liar. A manipulator. That I poison people's minds. Well, let me tell you a different story. A true story. There once was a young woman who had been ostracized by her community, bullied by friends, abused by her family.
Aww. Every emo teenager ever.
Needle for help. She was all alone. She wanted to die.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
And then she met the father. He gave her hope and confidence. The father showed her how special she was. She was full of love and life. He gave her a new family, one that accepted her just as she was. The young woman no longer wished to die. She had been given purpose.
Huh. Man, that must be really high, because I feel like you're flying right now.
One day, the father brought her here. He asked if she had faith in him. He asked if she would be willing to die for him. The young woman who very much wished to live was scared.
Wee! I'm like Tinkerbell.
This was her test. He would have faith in her if she had faith in him.
Yeah.
So she closed her eyes.
It is pretty fun.
And left. The father kept his word. The path to Eden is clear to those who have faith.
Hey, it's a Marshall. I feel like I should kick him off the thing, but that's just me.
Walk the path.
Oh, never mind, he's doing it himself.
You must have faith. Let go.
Show your faith and jump. I mean, I guess there's no other way to go, so.
But I will give you purpose. I will set you free.
Is that just a dream? Huh. I'm just too tough to die to stupidity. I'm too stupid to die. Aw, yeah. Toughest idiot there is ever.
Do you feel different? Do you feel alive? The first step is always the scariest.
Jeez, I felt pretty far since there wasn't even a book anymore.
Follow the pilgrimage. Walk the path. I'll see you soon.
Yeah. You're kind of cute and all, but you look like jailbait, so I'm good. But we are going to wrap it up for tonight. I had a lot of fun.
The elevator on It's open, Bunny. Come on.
Bunny, huh?
And don't you forget it.
That's fine. I will.
What are you?
What are you doing?
Tell him to put that lighter down.
Boss, stop!
Bunny, get up here.
Boss, please! Put it away!
Oh no, I killed Bob. I killed Bob. I'm so sorry.
Boss, please!
I didn't realize he was. I thought he was stuck. Oh man. I thought it was a stuck ghoul. I keep forgetting that there's a new martial post you can have, and that's a mutant. Poor Bob. And this is why we need lights in our settlements. So I can freaking see. Instead I was just like, oh, a ghoul. Kill. Once I saw the dead Brahmin on the ground, I was like, ah, oh, crap. Realized what I did.
Savage and Smith. The triple S, I would call them.
There's nothing special about you. We
Nothing
done
special
yet?
about any of us.
She still looks too good.
I don't know why
I
anyone's
want the
watching
Prisoner
it.
of War shot. That's where the big zeros are.
Prisoner of war?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Give me more.
I'm so confused.
Get back in there. I know we can
I'm not a
get better
photographer,
shot.
but what the hell does that mean? The prisoner of war shot.
Fuck you, Beverly. This one's mine. Oh no. It's
I
that
got
bottom
it.
Peter Madison. Shit. He's getting the
How do
money
I
shots.
shoot?
Where's your
Oh, that's
dignity,
how I shoot.
man? Forget the rent.
Got him.
He fell off. What an amateur.
He didn't fall off. I shot him.
Like you wrecked your camera, Madison! Okay, buddy, let's get out of here. I'm already late for another stakeout. Oh, shit! It's the cops! Get rid of them!
I don't think you're ready for spaghetti. I don't think you're ready for spaghetti.
You gotta get rid of them! I'm in breach of my restraining order!
Wreck the bike, kill both of you. Ah! Trying to read chat and drive at the same time out of the corner of my eye. Yeah, he fell after I put like 3 bullets into his leg. Oh, that's a lot of them. Oh, we're doing so good.
Ready!
Shut up, kid. I was doing so good. I wish I could do like the Terminator, dip the bike and slide underneath like a semi. That'd be sweet.
So I should probably tell you this is not 100% legal.
Yeah, I noticed you're a piece of crap. But we're all pieces of crap on the same planet and we're all stuck together.
It's okay, you're fine!
Pretty sure it was sitting there. Hey, look! Safety first.
Go! I am not going down for this!
Crap.
Hit the gas,
Yeah,
man! They're still on us!
Why do they always shoot first? Oh, he died. Yeah. After I shot the dude, I put on my helmet just in case. Let them stop. Oh, we're at that point. Okay, cool. I lost the cops. I'm so good at this.
There's a small parking lot by the Cafe Redemption Courtyard in Morningwood. Drop me there, and you can keep the bike because I look after. For Christ's sake!
Oh man, I've been waiting to do this to you. Where's my gun? Let's do this one. Beverly was spooked. Oh my god, I'm so in love with this game right now. I completely forgot how fun this could be.
Reinforcements inbound! Praise the Father!
We're an RPG guy thinking he's hot stuff.
Backups en route by water.
Didn't we just... Okay, we're pushing a good spot to shoot the water.
Good spot.
Better spot. I think you're trying to swim. No, why? How's everyone doing today? So, this is the dad advice I was trying to remember the other day, but I didn't have one with me. This is called Liquid IV. This is I've been using for years, especially in the military. It works great for trying to stay hydrated. This is the watermelon flavor. It's alright. I personally prefer the lemon, or it was lime. I forget. One of the citrusy ones I dig way more. But like what I just did, you pour it into your drink, basically turns the water into Gatorade. And then that's how you stay hydrated. I've been super dehydrated lately. No matter how much I drink, I seem to not be able to retain it enough. And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, man, maybe I got diabetes. No, I'm pretty sure it's just the creatine. I need to drink even more water so that my body can absorb even more. But, all right, we're going to do more Forspoken today. And then this evening, I'm going to come back and we're going to do the new Dead Space. Something like that. Yeah, they're really cheap, too. They come in little packets, like I said, they're like smaller than a dick, you know. Why am I like this? Anyway. Shit. So in 3 hours, Dead Space comes out. Yeah, I'm not trying to buy it early necessarily. But I'll buy it when I stop stream. Stop sodas for the first time, actually kicking my own butt at the start of this year. And so far, I've only been dehydrated for 27 days. Aw, buddy. Yeah, no, stuff like this is how I get through not drinking sodas anymore. Like, sodas are more like a treat now and again. Like, I'll be eating a burger. So what I've been doing is, honestly, the soda... You got those Coca-Cola select your drink machines. There's the Powerade. Go to that, then do raspberry. Honestly, it's been titties. Like, that's how I swapped over from soda the easiest, because I used to drink a Dr. Pepper a day, and not like a little dinky can of Dr. Pepper. It was like the big freaking cans. But real quick, let me watch this with y'all. I haven't really seen the previews for Dead Space Remake, so we're gonna set it to there. I really need to set up a button to turn the 4K on, so I can be like, boom.
Yeah. Brace yourselves!
It's gonna smash us into the hull.
That was already different. There was a new guy.
Isaac, it's me.
Never saw that guy.
It's all falling apart here.
Hey, Isaac. Coming?
Hey, yo, Isaac.
Where is everybody?
Oh, wait, so maybe you can co-op the new one? Oh, wait, I gotta check that. Because, yeah, I've never seen this guy, so I'm excited. Unless they made it Isaac.
This transformation, it's remarkable.
Oh, that was a new enemy I've never seen. Even his helmet looks different. That's definitely a new one, too.
United, but the people you lost. Our homecoming will be truly divine.
That looks super quality, though. Like, look at that.
There's still a way out for us.
I see why all the trailers before
But
kept
we
all
don't
the
have
good
much
stuff
time.
out of it. They still kind of have the same final boss, I'm guessing. So the original trailers for the new Dead Space remake was very stuff you've already seen before, and you're just like, oh, okay, I get it now. They were trying not to give away all the good stuff, but yeah. I'm not gonna pre-order. But anyway, so if you pre-order now, though, if as in you buy it early, you do get Dead Space 2. Not Dead Space Remake 2, you get Dead Space 2. So if you're into the trilogy, you can do that. Walkthrough? No, I'm good. I need glaze, so I'll remember to do that later. And there it is. I was like, alright, I guess I gotta use my ABCs instead of recognizing the images. Let's get over to gaming. Square Enix. Hell salvation in terms of flavored water was eating dozen oranges a day. I mean, honestly, yeah. But after you do it for like, 27 days, you've broken the habit of soda at least, so that's a good thing. Also, oranges are seriously yummy, so I fully support that. As y'all know, I'm a Florida boy, and that was a fast load time. Like, did it load this fast the other day? Holy shit. Anyways, what was I talking about? That was like, nah, that'd have been under 2 seconds. What was I talking about that? Oh, oranges. So, love me some Florida oranges. Oh, that's right, we're working our way through this area. There it is. Alright, I think behind me was a couple of things I wanted to check out. I remember seeing the tower and stuff, but I was like not wanting to play anymore.
Oh, this.
Now's your chance.
It's getting better at the combat.
On it! Huh.
So yeah, oranges. Oranges are amazing. Like, especially if you can get, I don't really like Tropicana orange juice now. Like, they kind of did something to it. It's not as good as it used to be. But I do dig Simply. Like, if you can somehow get Simply orange juice or Simply lemonade, like, that stuff's fresh, and it's really good. Like, that's my go-to now. Wait, nope. Ah. Come on! Go left, you dingus.
Whoa!
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Look out!
Damn,
Ha!
he's whack.
Let me at him. Alright. Getting kinda sore.
Quick breather.
Easy peasy. Oh yeah, and how's the sea thing going? I haven't asked about that in a while because I knew you didn't really want to talk about it much. Are you feeling any better? I didn't want you to think I forgot either. Come on, get up there. Get up there.
Yeah.
Alright, and then from here. Haha!
There's something there. Oh. Here it comes. Yeah. This looks so different from Janoon.
Anyways.
Madness is like a fingerprint, no two alike. As unique as the individual mind it springs from.
Why did she just shoot out like that? So let's see what this is, and I think there's one thing above, and then done. Okay. Wait. The controls just really mess me up on these. Alright, so, okay, I got it. That over there. Actually, it's gonna be behind where I'm trying to be. Oh, okay. I see. So let's do that. Actually, is there a way to start over? Alright. Yeah. I feel like I made it easy the second time.
Click. Next.
You've got quite good at this.
Okay, second one. Feel very average at it. Could have swore there was something. Oh, come on, like I had it. And then you just decide to slide off of it. Alright, whatever. I guess there's nothing else over there. Their movement's still a little wonky.
Something's there. What shall we do?
Could pretend we didn't notice. We got this, right?
Is there any new moves I work on? Two attacks while using parkour. Defeat enemy vulnerable to freeze magic. Defeat the final enemy in a battle.
Got you on your toes now.
Is that it? So I've been defeating people.
Huh. What's this?
Well, I'll try to find a group of zombies then. Hit them all at once. That'll make it 10 times easier. Alright. In the meantime, let's get rolling. Back to what we're supposed to be doing. Whee!
We got this. That's it.
Beat the final enemy in battle. Still says 0. Stuff jank.
Gotcha. Yeah. That's all of them.
Seems like it. Nice work.
What I'm missing. Doesn't make
Seems
any
we're
sense.
free of any immediate danger.
Here's hoping it stays that way.
Did I forget to get that chest that I went over there for? Just got too busy with the fight. Maybe I was just really bad at the movement, because it's starting to actually kind of flow in this area. Or starting to understand it better or something. Crap. Wish there was a faster way to stop. I like that all the names of this game though sound like Doctor Who to me. Like definitely sounds very British.
Aw, yeah. Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
Easy clap, easy clap. Alright. Okay, so that's gonna be one end, that's gonna be the other. Ugh, this controller just messing with me. Alright, so like I'm so ahead of what I'm trying to do. There we go. Come on, brain. Line them up. So maybe I don't need all of them to connect. Okay, so I'll do the OG plan. There we go.
That went well. Let's see. What do we got here?
Keep going.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not shooting him.
Helping.
Seriously, that's what I mean. Like his audio, it's not even him. The whole game's like weird. Like how would you put it? I wouldn't really say banter. But like they're weirdly out of context. Like there's zero context, and they're just like, "Hey, you're missing," and it's like, "What? I'm not even shooting." What's up, bro?
Fancy your chances?
You guys want to be friends?
I'll give it my best shot.
Okay.
Let me at him. You ready?
Get out of the way.
Oh damn! I didn't know y'all could do that. Let's try though. Put it down.
Okay.
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere. That's not doing much. Yep.
I don't know why she keeps canceling the sprint. I'll try to use it.
All right. Nope, not working. Ah. Here he comes.
Once again. He's clapped. He's clapped. I'll go more.
What the hell?
Alright, so they're still human enough to want to fight the bear. Alright, that's kind of neat. Enter enemy conflict. When enemies of different kinds meet, they start fighting among themselves. Allowing them to wear one another down, jumping in to finish them off is a useful tactic.
Something tells me this little lot aren't too fond of each other.
Good. Let's use it to our advantage. Come on.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kind of guessed that already. Huh. Time for some pain. You ready?
Counting towards my dodge while invading.
You ready? Ha! Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah. You ready? Oh.
Okay, okay, good hit, good hit. Give you that one, Valiant Knight.
Do I sense you getting better at this, Frey?
How could I not? It's that or get my ass whooped.
That's quite a find.
Ah. Ah. Huh. Let's see. What do we got?
Oh, that's actually kind of cool looking. Clip commissioned by Tanta Sila herself. Causes surge magic to charge when cuffed locked.
Here.
Hmm. Oh, hey, a chest.
Did you find something?
It's starting to feel like a glorified mobile game just because of stuff like that. Did you find something? You're right freaking there on my arm. You know if I found something.
Now's your chance.
Ooh, good one.
On it. Bullseye. Ah.
I have no
off.
Keeps turning over.
Whoa! Here it comes. Getting kind of sore.
Quick breather.
Where's my health going? Poison or something? Back to adventure. Yeah, my health is just being eaten. What is that?
You're running low.
There it goes. It finally stopped.
I'll be fine.
Well, don't say
I
I
guess you
didn't
can
warn
be
you.
poisoned or something.
There's no one around. Did you do something to annoy them all?
What didn't I do? Oh. Right in the sweet spot. Yeah. Wait, what is that?
Shall we take a look?
Flashbacks. Certain monuments will allow you to take on challenges that will earn mana and other rewards if you complete them. You can attempt as many times as you'd like, so keep trying until you bagged everything to offer.
Check it out, Fortress.
Well, it'll be a good chance to flex our muscles.
I never.
Extermination. Defeat as many enemies as you can in the time warp. The executive focus without taking damage will
Said we're going. What the hell is this?
Fortress or
I'm not entirely sure.
a division where
Careful
Fort
now.
Welcome in order to keep the people of Kronos safe. From danger. Frey will need to win back and control the fortress. Servants of Tanta who have taken it over. Take out all the enemies in town. Let's go. He's a piece.
All right, let's just go for it.
Best not to overthink these things, eh? Now's your chance.
On it. Looks like we're done here.
It does, doesn't it?
Looks like everybody showed up.
Might as well make the most of the opportunity.
Do I have to? Gotcha.
The advantage is ours.
Ha!
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
I don't like the look of this.
Coming. Yeah. Right in the sweet spot. Done, I guess.
You almost sound disappointed.
Who, me? Hell no. That was plenty. Ah! Ah!
Up, jump! Come on, girl! What's wrong with her? Okay, no, the movement is busted.
Ah!
That's not even my fault. There comes a point when you're bad at the game, then there's the point where the game is just not really good.
Nope, not working. Yeah. Whoa. Ready? Hey-ya! Let me at him. All right. Get in there. You ready? Come on. I'm getting to be one tough customer.
I'd say you're becoming reasonably deadly, yes.
Fire.
All right, one more try.
Couldn't hurt, I suppose.
All right, let's just go for it.
Best not to overthink these things, eh?
Ha!
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not
Damn, that
helping.
chick hit hard.
Gotcha on you. Let me at it. Looks like we're done here.
It does, doesn't it?
Ha! Can you just... Gotcha.
The advantage is ours. Now's your chance.
On it. Whoa. Okay. Got one for ya. Oh. Yeah. Aha! Done, I guess.
You almost sound disappointed.
Who, me? Hell no. That was plenty. Huh. Come on. All right.
Now's your chance.
Here it comes. Good night. Ah! We got this. Yeah. Ah!
I'm impressed.
That was faster.
Had a feeling that was gonna go my way.
Here's to many more like it.
Cool. Enough the eyes. No, through the eyes of another empath. I guess we need like 40 more. Now I know. Knights you can knock on the back and make life easier. Before I didn't notice any difference when I used that attack, so I thought it would be fine if I didn't.
We got. Let me at him.
Do something.
That'll do it. That'll
This
do
looks
it.
like a big one.
Oh. Aha! Here it comes. Come on.
She didn't have so much hang time.
Ooh, felt that. And that's that. Huh. Got you on your toes now. Nope, not working. Yeah. All right. Might as well hold on to this.
Easy peasy.
Okay, what do you say? Kick some ass, take some names?
Feel
Ready to visit this? Need to hit that, then hit that on the way back.
a little bloodthirsty, are we?
That way I can upgrade my bag.
Whoa!
Now's your chance.
On it! That's gotta hurt.
That kind of magic requires more range.
I kinda guessed that already. Enjoy!
That's a good find.
Gotta unlock this too.
Let's see.
That went well. Take that! Right in the sweet spot!
I'm just saying, so I'm gonna go kill these Tantas, which are the most powerful women on this, like, planet or whatever. This plane of existence. And I'm doing it by just chucking
damn.
rocks at them. Oh, look at this.
This one's going to be a chore.
Not the pep talk I needed.
I almost don't want to clear this out. This is perfect. 12.7 millimeters. Yeah, practically.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Alright, I need you all to group up now. Come on, group up, group up, group up. Good enough.
Oops. Ready? There. Hey.
I dropped down to a D from all these hits.
That'll do it.
Alright, let's start
Okay.
being cool about it.
Don't move. Gotcha.
The advantage is ours.
Okay. Coming! Get in there! Let me at him.
The last couple of you win and live. If you respawn. Take your whole hold of him.
I think that's that.
It damn well better be. That was one hell of a workout.
Yes, yes. Well done.
Oh, this one's
Thinking of making something?
Now I need two. That's lame. I might swap to the other gear though. Two health, 400, still the same. A little bit more defense, same healing. Same purple magic. Alright, so we just enhance it then. What do I have? 5%? And then the last one was attack, right? Critical hits can boost attack. Okay. Surge magic, recharge rate boosted when cuff blocks. What's the last one? Purple magic. I mean, I could do that. What's purple magic plus 2? Is that more? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I guess we can stick with this. See how cool we look. Look like Ruby. Yeah, who knew that I could shoot 50 cal rocks out of nowhere? Locations mentioned have been added to the world map.
In the mood for something in particular?
Fuck this shit. Ain't nothing left to do but win. There's the whole horde back? Oh yeah, baby. I could just grind you guys for all these.
Are we surrounded?
Who cares? Just need to fight our way out.
There's not letting him move. I like how some of them don't even telegraph that they're about to do something, it just kind of happens.
Get out of the way.
Morning
Bag.
bag.
Let's go swap it out.
Were you counting how many asses we kicked there?
Sorry, I stopped after the first.
Alright, T. Come on, that way, that way.
View. Anything intriguing?
Practice makes perfect.
Come on, group up, group up. I'm right here. Come get a nibble. 3 nibbles.
Now's your chance.
On it!
Oh, so I just need to attack while doing the
Let me at him. We got this.
Not much, but you never know.
Well done.
Defeat enemies that are vulnerable to my magic. I think it means get them low enough I could just do that.
Ooh,
Finish them off.
can't wait to give this a test drive. Yeah.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Yeah, a bunch of them just died right there.
Done and done.
Probably one for the history books.
Hopefully it brings them back in a second. For science. I just like her RGB necklace. What kind of gamer would I be if I didn't have an RGB necklace? You know. Everything's got to be RGB. Which, I'm actually at the point where I'm trying to minimize my RGB at this point. Like, even my keyboard doesn't light up anymore. I turn that stuff off. I need to turn some of it back on just so it stays lit off. Because I've noticed when it's nighttime and I don't have any other ambient lights, I can't freaking see. No! Alright, I shouldn't have let them die. Alright, so note to self, don't finish off a horde if you find it. Especially right outside this sweet-ass place like this. Actually, can I go back like an autosave ago? Oh, no. The autosave was... What time is it now? Try it. Okay, so we're right back where we were. Hey, and the horde's back. Alright, cool.
Thinking of making something?
Oh no, it's the book. Need the book.
Anything intriguing?
Oh, I'm using it. Heals based on how much damage it does. Alright. Okay. Your progress and the ongoing challenges you cancel will be saved. Oh, so you can just like cancel it and come back to it. It's kind of cool. Alright. Follows magical poison. Curing plants to spring forth from within you. Screen. Surround you with stones that defend against enemy attacks. Yeah, it's kind of lame. Builds up power and damage enemies. Okay. So I need to whack enemies and then kill them.
This looks like it'll be worth my while.
Are we surrounded?
Who cares? Just need to fight our way out.
Come on, gather around, folks.
Get out of the way.
I just realized the voice actress and the actress, this isn't the first time she's dealt with zombies. She was just in that
Don't
Resident Evil episode.
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere.
Okay, so a couple more days.
Try this for size.
Gather.
Yup.
It's not much, but you never know.
Abandoned vulnerable one. I don't understand what I'm doing. Plus I'm getting free XP. Which is nice.
Are you going to read something?
Are you gonna keep asking dumb questions? What does this do? Fires forth lumps of explosive rock that deals more damage over a wider area. Fires forth lumps of rock explosive rock deal more damage in even wider area. Some of it might be useful actually. Coming here soon. Allows you to modify your crafting, break shards of other types. Allows you to use your crafting skills and combine with break shards. Okay, might have to start doing that. Easy peasy. Next. Build the power and strike enemies from behind. Don't know what it means by build up power. It's so vague. That's the poison cure. Okay. Allows you to use your crafting skill and the amount in which the necklace improves your health. Okay. Alright, so this will be the last, like, 2 I do, I think, for now. Meantime, let me add this one in.
Interesting choice of task.
Flying enemies, hit from behind, and damage enemies. Okay, know right where to find flying enemies.
Another Partha.
A common find, apparently.
Hey.
Well, would you look at that? Yeah.
Suddenly feel better protected.
Huh.
Oh, it's good in rest. Okay. I was wondering, like, why are there like 6? I think that I can't move faster. Luckily, it's a small area though. I'm literally not even holding the button anymore.
Another Partha.
A common find.
Huh, cool. Times 2 shield.
Guess it's my lucky day.
Come at me now.
Suddenly feel extremely well protected.
Now's your chance.
On it.
It really does look like there's less right. Come on. Need you all to the top.
Look out!
I didn't mean to do that. Aw.
All right. Let me at it. We got this.
try this one more time. See if it works. I'm not sure it's actually working. I don't know why it worked that first time then. Killed them down to the one zombie left. Then when I came out, there was, a bunch more, so. That time there was like, 20. Before it was like easily 50. The only thing that's really bothering me is the way she walks. She walks like my sister. My sister has a very slappy way of walking too.
Yeah. Another.
A common.
Guess it's my lucky day. Time for some pain.
Extremely magical death.
Ah!
Yeah, there's like 3 left. What am I supposed to do with that? Can't get jiggy with this. Oh. Doesn't open the map.
Got you on your toes now. This should come in handy. Ah. Ah. Gotta work a little there.
Only a little? This one certainly stands out from the crowd.
Whoopee!
Just do what you do best. Frey, would you mind going and taking a closer look at that tower?
Sure.
I think it might
Spoiler
help
saying
us
it.
get a better sense of our surroundings.
You don't expect me to climb that, do you?
Bell fries. Perform cuff scan, press X. Belfry is located across Athia, and you'll be able to get an overview of the entire area. It can help you spot points of interest and other useful landmarks. It will also work as a fast travel. Make me look like a fool. Superhero. I see. Oh, there we go. Crap. Shoot. Go. I was like, maybe if I use the other one, just do it wider. Alright.
Ugh, what a pain.
There better be something good inside.
Ooh, 3 old coins. Finally, I'm getting paid. People are leaving behind the goods.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
This looks so different from Janoon.
Madness is like a fingerprint. No two are alike. As unique as the individual mind it springs from.
Too bad I've already seen everything.
You're on Sila's turf now. I imagine her minions will be coming after you with a vengeance.
Those insane soldiers, you mean?
The very same. Try not to get murdered, won't you?
I'll see what I can do. Too slow. Ugh!
Where are you?
Oh!
Hey, but I just killed flying enemies.
Ah!
Or maybe he wants it done with this. Right, then there's these ones.
Huh?
I feel like it was this one.
Huh?
I guess it was the other one.
Huh? 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 Ah! Ah! Huh. Ah!
I sense a hostile presence. Be on your guard.
Yeah. Stay frosty. Got it. Huh. Ah! Yeah. Whew.
Oh wait, no, they're there. They use guys.
This looks like a big one.
Right on the money.
Another one for the books. Literally, I mean.
Oof, can't wait to give this a test drive.
many of them are there?
I'm gonna say a party's worth. Let's dance.
Now's your chance.
On it. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Take that. Incoming. Okay. How'd you like this?
Okay, so I guess those enemies specifically are the ones that are going over too much. The ones with the golden tail things. I'm a group of.
Let me at him.
Oh, no, you. Oh, then what am I supposed to be doing for you? Strike bound enemies. Okay, that's right. Well then, whoops. Okay, fine. Sprint like normal. Organisms coming into contact with the break are either killed by it or are irreversibly changed. These altered creatures, the Broken, were originally dubbed the Corrupted by the cognizants who studied them. And it was noted that both formerly human and beastly Broken shared some common traits. All are far stronger than they were pre-corruption, and all are driven by a mindless and instinctual rage.
That's a good find.
Oh, sup, bro?
Did one of them summon the others?
Probably. Nice to have friends to back you up, huh?
Don't tell me you're jealous.
The Toxins each created elite forces of fanatically dedicated soldiers loyal only to them and hostile to any whom pose a threat to their beloved rulers, be they human, broken, or otherwise. It was no surprise that when these zealous souls charged into battle without a second thought, when Break Beast first appeared in Athia. Here y'all. Come on. Body, everybody.
Gotcha.
The advantage is ours.
Use
You're
it.
gonna love this.
The bitter brutality of the friendless.
Shut up.
Shut up.
You do like your reading.
Pick final enemy in a battle. hours left on this? Oh, a bunch. Okay. Build up power and damage enemies.
Interesting choice of task.
I can see physically. I think it'd be a lot easier to move around here. Her trying to parkour off everything. Yeah. Parkour. Parkour.
Something's there. What shall we do?
We'll pretend we didn't notice. My ace in the hole!
What's up, bro?
Come on! Oh!
You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping. Uh-oh. Ha! Ha-ha! That's not doing much. I'm sorry, all right? Boundary.
Well, do something.
Nope, not working. All right.
I'm fine.
You got a couple more still?
Yes, but only a couple.
Ah!
No, it's a few. He was 3, a couple is 2.
No.
I don't know why she
No.
wouldn't find the stupid thing. That was kind of annoying, though. I was literally holding the button down, then tapped it to jump up, and she was just like, nah, we're just gonna die here. Like, I gotta refight this guy? That'd be good.
Yeah.
Double check my abilities.
In the mood for something in particular?
I wish it would better define that stuff, like defeat the
You'd best be prepared before
final
we head
enemy in a
out.
battle. I've been doing that and it doesn't do crap.
Okay, what do you say? Kick some ass, take some names?
Feeling a little bloodthirsty, are we? Well, do something.
Mother Nature would like a word. Ugh. Huh.
don't like the look of this.
Yeah. Gotcha.
The advantage is ours.
Try this for size. All right.
Now to advance.
On it.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. Let me at him. That'll do it. We got this.
Very much.
That's not doing much. Ready?
Oh yeah, so this week I'm gonna swap up my rest day. I want it to be Tuesday instead of Wednesday. Feels weird.
Come on. My ace in the hole. Yeah. Nope, not working. Whoa.
We need to be careful.
What? That was nowhere near me.
I'm sorry, all right?
Isn't it letting me take them? I'm literally hitting the C button. There we go.
Ooh.
Come on, give me another one.
Got him. Oh, this one. Got you on your toes now. Oh, come on.
Oh shit.
Are you all right, Fred?
I like that it's just non-existent. Like the controls have just given up on me. Like I started running well before he landed. Dig deep. Neil Zine thought to call on untapped reserves of power. Increase the speed at which surge magic controls.
We need to find somewhere safe. Now.
That's annoying.
Might as well pocket this.
No, just run through the door, lady. Wait, actually, is that the thing I need to... It's really annoying to have to go through this menu just to get to a map every freaking time. Alright, so that's a labyrinth, that's Sparta. Spin. I'm guessing this will be to fight her. Where's my objectives though? Oh no, it's farther that way. Never mind, we can do it. Gotta love letting go of your mouse and then it just kind of does whatever.
Wow, this place sure is something. This place gives me the creeps.
Stay on your guard. I sense enemies ahead.
Not a great welcome.
At least you got a welcome. Keep your wits about you.
Very much in the room, thanks. How'd you like this? Path's
That's a choice. What's this doing here?
Who cares? I'll take it. Huh?
New follower.
And that is Dark Skies Demonic. Thank you for that follow. Welcome mobile. Oh, I thought there was something in there. I got all excited, like, what's in there? That was gonna be like a squirrel. How you doing? Thought I saw you.
Nice.
Oh, I thought it was help.
It is rather, isn't it?
She's so fancy, she makes you miss everything. Just like, but I want to move like this. Alright, let me see. Come on, come on.
Dead end.
Then I suppose we turn back.
Nothing can stop us. Very and simple.
That was a cinch. Let's see. What do we got here?
Now what?
Yeah.
There's no way that's the end.
Ah. Ah.
Not a way to go this way. Well, kind of. Where do you lead?
Ah. Oh.
Okay. Hey, more zombies to beat up.
Are they sleeping?
Maybe we should just tiptoe past.
Come on. Come and get me.
Get out of the way.
Come on. I got something for you. Come on, group up, group up. Oh my. Oh, I'm trying to hit all of you at once. So, come here. Be a good sport. Listen.
That went well. You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere. Yeah.
Ooh, mine's done. Okay. What was the one that was left? The spell one? I wonder if that goat will be vulnerable to my magic then. Yeah, vulnerable to magic and using the big boy attack.
Onward and upward. Right in the sweet spot. Let me at it.
Now's your chance.
On it.
That kind of magic requires more range.
I guessed that already.
Hey, big thing.
Ah.
This one? This one? Wait, so that one said vulnerable, but it didn't give it to me. I don't understand why it's supposed to do that.
This should come in handy. You're gonna love this! Huh?
I think that's that.
It damn well better be. That was one hell of a workout.
Yes, yes.
Easy.
Well done.
Barely even had to sprint it out. Hardest part was getting them all to group up. There's my goodies.
Nice. Always good in a pinch.
Do try not to waste it.
It's so unnecessary. Oh, How I use the wood, I don't remember. You said something like. I don't remember how to set it up. It's so over the top. Just all the flips and shit.
No fooling around this time. This is not going to be easy.
I got this. Oh,
This looks like a big one.
Oh, this is easy. Alright.
I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
why the hell not? That was close. Oh. Hey. Okay. That'll do it.
I like how I tell her to run, she just does a flip. She's like, this is fun.
Getting kind of sore.
Quick breather.
The alarm. I gotta use, gotta buy tickets or something in a minute.
Might as well hold on to this.
The corners of the bacon room. Here.
You'll need that if there are nasties lurking about the place.
Better keep it close.
Forgetting I can't ADS, but I keep trying to ADS. I'm just kind of neat. Alright then. Let's just go on. Oh, it's one of these again.
It's broken.
Why do you keep saying that every time we see one? It's broken! Yeah, of course it's broken. But like, it's not broken, it's supposed to be broken. She's such a dork. Ancient altar inscription number 2. To those who would seek to serve Athia, Cesaros filled our skies with fire and ash. The mere sound of the creature's wings filled our hearts with cold terror. Athia suffered. Athia burned.
Say, don't you think this demon sounds an awful lot like our old friend?
The dragon, you mean? I thought so too.
Cool. So maybe I did call it. Leaf. An ancient garment that was hidden away in the deepest depths of a dungeon. Has poison damage. Health. Oh great, so as you're dying, you're like, eh. That's when it killed you. Or that's when it decides to like half it. Like, nah, you're cool, man. You get only a little poison. Just go through the door.
Let me guess. Bad guys nearby?
Got it in one.
Yeah.
No, it's so weird. Really need to figure out how to put down that weird.
This looks so different from Janoon.
Madness is like a fingerprint, no two alike. As unique as the individual mind it springs from.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another Partha.
A common find, apparently.
Play again. Play again. Ooh.
Well, all right.
I didn't mean to skip it. I wonder if that means I got triple attack. I got double earlier.
Yeah.
Check it out, Fortress.
Well, it'll be a good chance to flex our muscles.
I never said we're going.
Now's your chance.
On it!
It's not much, but you never know.
Yeah.
Huh. What's this?
Crap! Why does she always do that? No! Stay on it! Why are you kicking off? I keep forgetting, don't use that ability on bridges like this, because she just flings herself. She's like, nah! Floor is lava. Why would I want to touch the floor? Corruption prevented Sila's orders from reaching the garrisons, and the absence of Tanta's leadership, confusion reigned among the ranks. One unit leader made ready to evacuate as many citizens as he could to Sipal, but was stopped when certain of his men disagreed. It's another one where they need to fix the grammar. Arguing that their own safety was surely paramount, though they had been deprived of their ruler's guiding hand for only a short while. Discipline among the well-drilled ranks deteriorated rapidly nonetheless.
They just left them.
A hard choice to make, I'm sure, but necessary.
Yeah, right, guy. Oh. That's cute.
Are you kidding me?
Enjoy.
Where did they even come from?
Oh, that's gotta hurt. Whoa.
Tired after that little performance?
Hey, I'm always tired.
All's well then. Wonderful.
Alright. Oh, yeah, wait. Slave. Whoa. Damage is minus 5%. Nah, I'm good. Why do I want minus 5%? Just for a little bit quicker recharge. Then that means it equals 0. You know, that would be a way to balance it out. I'm playing a single player game, not multiplayer. I don't want to balance. I want to be, you know, I want to be OP. Just a little bit.
Uh-oh. We got this.
Oh.
Gotcha.
They keep saying I'm getting to kill enemies that are vulnerable. But this keeps not awarding, so I think it's glitched. I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm just gonna press on and not give a crap.
Got you on your toes now. This'll do it. What the hell is this?
I'm not entirely sure. Careful now.
Oh, higher score. This is a face. Oh, defeat the boss.
All right, here goes.
Time to put your money where your mouth is.
Ha!
This one seems like something of a handful.
Yep, better start pulling your weight. That's not doing much. You ready? Worth a shot.
Just breathe, will you? You're not gonna hit anything otherwise.
Not helping.
Look out!
Oh, come on.
Why do they keep swapping off?
How'd you like this? Nope, not working. What? This'll do it. Whoa. Let me at it. Huh. Whoa.
Dude, I didn't know you could do that.
Come on.
If anything, this is practice for fighting
Now's your
her.
chance.
Here it comes.
Oh, okay. Thought she was about to insta-kill me.
Try this for size. You're gonna love this.
Man, can you all stop interrupting my fucking spell use?
Gotcha.
Jesus.
The advantage is off.
We got this. Oh, this one. There you are.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. That's it. Ah!
Come on, the interrupts are
Ah!
Let's go, come on, do
Not
it.
today! Ugh. Take that. Got him.
Recreate Night Simulacrum. Ooh, record. First time bonus. 2 first times. Okay. What? I only got 2nd place?
I think I started to get a feel for it that last time.
Come Go on.
It's not
then.
even that hard.
This should be good.
First half was quick. I just gotta stop focusing on the other guys.
All right, here goes.
Needed that.
Time to put your money where your mouth is. Fancy your chances?
I'll give it my best shot. That's not doing much.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. Oh. Whoa. Let me at him.
Look out!
Got you on your toes now.
Did say I wanted to focus on that. Come on, what are you doing? I'm literally holding the run button and telling her to fucking spin it out. And she's just like, nah. Flips.
We got this.
Now's your chance.
Here it comes.
I'm impressed.
Had a feeling that was gonna go my way.
Here's to many more like it.
What? Can you go even faster?
I think I started to get a feel for it that last
So I need to
time.
literally not pay
Go
attention
on
to
then.
lights at all.
This should be good.
Alright. That's what that is. I'm just gonna mix the flour with the...
All right, let's just go for it.
Best not to overthink these things, eh?
We got this.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Get out of the way.
It doesn't work that well.
Cool. Let me at him. That's not doing much. Ugh.
Wrong button.
Okay. Gotcha.
The advantage is ours.
Get in there. Huh. Ah. Yeah. Come on. Ha. Ah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. 36. You fucking kidding me? The same score as last time?
Are you gonna give it another go?
One more.
Guess so.
All right, here goes.
Time to put your money where your mouth is.
That's not doing much. Ha! Ooh. Ready for this? Take that.
Ooh, what are you doing?
Got you on your toes now. Let me at him. Too slow. Nope, not working. Here it comes.
I like
That
how I
kind
keep
of
hitting
magic
dodge.
requires
She's
more
just like,
range.
what am I shooting?
Kinda guessed that already. Okay. Yeah. This'll do it.
Just breathe.
Ready?
Anything otherwise?
Not helping. Come on. Ugh.
Look out!
Ugh. Aha!
Can't get behind it.
Ugh. Oh, come on. ready. Oh, this one. That'll do it.
Now's your chance.
Here it comes.
Seriously? Alright, yeah, fuck this. That's annoying. I'm good.
Thinking of making something?
Okay, so yeah, can't do any of that.
Did you find something?
Settler's Diary, Village of Reeve. The war shook our world to its foundation. There can be no denying that. The towns and villages in which our ancestors lived for countless generations are now little but dust. Yet, even for those of us forced to build our lives anew, there is hope. Though all was taken from us, we are beginning to feel settled again. Happy even though we never thought it possible. With the coming harvest, I even dare to dream that we might be blessed with bounty enough to share with those less fortunate than ourselves.
Dreaming of a new life. Yeah, I can sympathize with that.
A heady mix of hope and anxiety. It's never easy upping sticks and moving.
Of Heroes Refuge. Middle Coast.
In the mood for something in particular?
Okay, so this is glitched, as we said. Shit,
You do like your reading.
just wrong button. Do something like that. This real quick. Wait, so this doesn't work. Never mind. Down it is. Yeah, I can do that.
Let's see how this goes.
Ah, dang hiccups. Oh, wait. Let me pause real quick. Maybe I'll just kick it like this so you can at least see everything. So what I'm doing right now is buying tickets to Creator Clash, which happens in April. Which, if you guys know what that is, that's when the YouTubers and streamers and whatnot end up boxing each other, and it's fun. We're doing that real quick. Taking a little longer than I thought it would. Also, the price just tripled. What the hell? I pick it. Let's see, when is April 15th? Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna have to request off. Actually, wait, maybe not. It's 6 p.m. I'm gonna request off anyway. Alright, cool. Let's get back to it.
Now's your chance.
On it! Ah! All right!
I was kind of feeling bad. Just go forward, you dweeb. Just like, let me do like 3 flips first, though. I'll show you this little trick out there.
Look out!
Ooh.
Nobody's home.
Nope, but they were once.
Yes, sad to see the remnants of people's former lives. Do something!
Really good attack sometimes.
This ought to be good. Gotcha!
The advantage is ours.
Whoa! Let me at him.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already. That not
God.
doing much. Boundaries.
Well, it's fun.
Ha! Ha! All right. Here it comes. Come on. What? Worth a shot.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping. Huh. Ah! We got this.
I need you all to group up. Come on, I'm right here.
Ah!
All done.
Such a Japanese
Yeah,
way of doing
kinda
things. It needs a
tired after
cutscene.
that.
You have to know that even though you're 2 feet away, the thing went down.
Let's see. What do we got?
Holy shit, is this?
It either belonged to Scylla, or they were planning on giving it to her.
Not too sure how I feel about this, but guess it can't hurt.
Nadezaya? Zezda? Nadezda? I think it's Nadezda. A necklace once worn by Scylla. Its name means hope increases the effect of Scylla's signature red magic. So, what, don't wear it? Because it would only make her kick my ass even harder? At least that's what I'm gathering. Alright, where are we going?
These places really bum me out sometimes.
That little scene we just left behind, you mean?
Yeah, must have been so alive back in the day. This isn't an actual lake, is it?
I like the part where you didn't let me finish. The depths of corruption. These are places where the break is most highly concentrated and consequently the deadliest. This means tougher enemies, tougher challenge overall, but you'll have to find your way through if you want to reach her castle. There's only one thing to do when you're ready, dive on in.
Let me guess. More weird break-related shit.
It would seem so.
Whoa! Huh? What
This is
the?
weird.
I'm floating.
I suppose it must be something to do with how heavy the break is here.
Huh. No way. This place is so weird.
Yes, yes, I'm sure it's intensely amusing. Now, shall we be on our way?
Look, my bad for having fun. Right?
Wait, am I breathing underwater?
The thicker the break becomes, the less the rules of the normal world apply.
Well, not much is gonna surprise me after this.
I think the gold one's like the ones where they're vulnerable to the...
Got you on your toes now. My ace in the hole. Time for some pain. Got one for ya. Yeah.
Oh, damn, they're like little mortar puppies.
Yeah.
Aren't you about to die?
Might as well hold on to this.
Cool. Where are we going? Right? Let's go right. This is really weird. I don't like it.
think that does
bam,
it.
thank you, ma'am.
Let's see. What do we got here?
Only 1 coin. Come on, cheapskates. If you're gonna hide something in a box, at least make it lots.
Huh. So that's the fortress? Looks like they missed a maintenance bill or two.
Neglect has certainly played its part. But these are the effects of the break, above all else.
Gotta get a good angle.
Wait, was it not good enough? Oh, shit. I was like, let me go back then.
I don't like how quiet it is here.
I find it rather peaceful. Would you rather be battling more break beasts?
Yes.
No, it's just, in horror movies, it's always moments like this when shit starts to hit the fan. And there it is. How did I get on this dragon's shit list? It really has it out for me.
It does seem that way, but I'd suggest you don't fight it.
Yep, I'll second that.
Man, I just wanted to take a picture. His tail's like, yeah, like it's not even moving right. Like the wiggling side to side, that was fine. And then 2 seconds later, you can see it like wiggling like up and down, real funny.
We
like
might be
it's
able to
supposed
take a nice
stiffer.
picture. This'll be a good one.
It's
All right,
frustrating
let's
me.
take this photo.
I think it's WASD for that. Oh, adjust your zoom. Wait, do they want me to zoom out more then? Oh, dude, I didn't realize I was already halfway zoomed in automatically. So, that
Nice.
makes so much more sense.
Ha! 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 What?
No!
Still no sign of Silas Castle.
There's no easy way over these mountains. You should head down into the valley and through that way.
Let me guess. You've been studying the map again?
Indeed. As you should too.
Might as well pocket.
So, the Tantas created the land of Athia. As Athia's population grew, the Tantas created realms and castles, and all manner of other wonders to make their people's lives happy and bright. Their work done, they retire to the wellspring, wherein all things are reborn, and settle down for a well-earned rest.
This?
Neato.
Quite the lucky find indeed.
Alright, I should have 2 feathers now, so I should be able to hit this.
Alright, let's do this.
Oh, I can do both. Cool. 2 nuggets, 2 feathers.
Time to curl up with a good book.
Does it want me to knock him down with the shield specifically? Let me guess, yes. Alright, this one's almost done. I still don't know what the heck this one's supposed to do, because I'm guessing it's glitched out too, so... Arnold susceptible to magic, I guess.
You'd best be prepared before we head out.
My magic. This time. What was the next magic thing I was gonna grab actually? Now I'm thinking about it. Oh yeah, these. Need like this, these. This one's how much? 42, 34, 144. So yeah, we'll grab this first and then we'll focus on the ones. But the crafting boosters are kind of lost.
Fancy your chances?
I'll give it my best shot. I got this. You're toast! Incoming! Ugh. Yup.
Do you think you might consider getting hit a little less?
What do you think I am? Superhuman? Yeah. Nope, not working.
Now's your chance.
Here it comes.
Okay, so now I understand.
Ooh, yeah.
That's the stuff.
About 3 knockdowns.
Now let's find something
All
we
right.
can really get our teeth into.
Nah, I'm good. It's not like I'm in training for the world title.
That's a new one.
Was this a village?
Maybe once.
Not the most uplifting sight.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Uh-oh. Oh.
You're looking a little clean around the gills.
You think there might be a reason for that?
That was not enough to finish it.
You're good, right?
I wouldn't say good exactly.
Crap, that poison.
Gotcha. Yup.
Just wait until you're ready.
Ugh, I thought I overdid it. Huh. Let me at him.
Now's your chance.
On it.
Ray's magic powers have increased by 1.
I put in some serious work there.
It was an acceptable effort, yes.
Wow, motivational
On
goal.
yourself.
We're still a ways off, aren't we?
Not too far now.
Yeah.
Come on, puzzle. Actually, let me do this. I go complicated when I can go simple. Just gotta make them touch tips.
Use this.
I like that you can activate from across the room. As long as you're spending against time.
There's no one around. Did you do something to annoy them all?
What didn't I do? Ah! Huh?
Oh, wait, come wants me way over there. Oh,
This looks so different from Janine.
Madness is like a fingerprint. No two alike. As unique as the individual
am I
mind
going
itself.
backwards? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is backwards. Let me just go this way.
I sense a hostile presence. Be on your guard.
Yeah. Stay frosty. Got it.
What was I say? I don't see
What's
it.
this?
Are we surrounded?
Who cares? Just need to fight our way out. Ha! And that's that!
Hey. Done.
How about this?
I can't keep you safe from harm forever, you know.
Why the hell not?
They all
Look
keep
out.
dying before I can whack them.
We got this!
Dang it.
Whoa, that was a lot.
Well,
Trying to kill
seems
him.
to be over now.
Seems to be very reassuring. What's that sound? So that's what I was hearing.
Free stuff. Coming to take your shit. Hit me. Accelerate by kicking off the ground. Oh, with the space button. Oh, okay, so I was already doing some spacebar stuff. Neat. This one, this one, this one. No, it was this one down here. There it is. Nice. More damage.
Onward and upward.
Wait. How do I use it? Accelerate by kicking off on the ground. Press space when landing. Oh, when landing.
Yeah. You think I got this?
Only one way to find out.
Oh, look, you think.
Okay.
This looks like a big one.
I was hoping I would catch him.
Okay. Eat it. Ooh. Here we go. Whoa.
Now might be a good time to heal yourself.
I am very aware of that. Thanks. Huh? Huh. Ah. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Ah. Whoa. Could probably chill here for a while.
Wonderful. I, for one, can't wait to take a load off.
Take a load off what?
What does this do? Vivify allows you to use your crafting skills to increase the amount in which the necklace improves your health. Oh, so it's just already just magically doing it. Alright, cool.
What was I gonna make again?
The storms that form where the break is strongest are capable of warping everything in their path, including the very land itself. As one might expect, any living being unfortunate enough to be caught up in one is instantly killed. Cognizants who have observed them from afar aptly came to refer them as the corruption rage, for their seemingly unbridled ferocity.
How do you even research shit like this?
By putting your life at very great risk indeed.
Oh, never seen that book before.
What does this one want? Use crafting to improve necklace health boost by 50 or more.
You'd best be prepared before we head out.
Crafting to improve the necklace health boost. Is that what it wants? I don't understand. Oh, wait, I see it now. I need something where it'll actually like plus 1 health and so on. Okay, so I need a necklace that does health. I don't think I'll be able to do this one for a minute. I need about 80, so 25, 34, and 42. Is it again though?
It's about time you learned something new.
Ah, shut up. Use crafting skill to improve a necklace's health boost by 50 or more. I don't know, so I guess I'll need a necklace that can heal or have a health boost and then bump that up a bunch. It's annoying. Seems like it's gonna be a whole pain in the butt to do. Whew.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
Okay, so that's gonna
This one seems like something of a handful.
Yep, better start pulling your weight. That's not doing much.
Get out of the way.
Got him.
Now's your chance.
Here it comes.
Man, why are they like suddenly super resistant?
Let me at it. Huh. Nope, not working. All right. Sorry, no. I'm getting to be one tough customer.
I'd say you're becoming reasonably deadly, yes. Frey, stay with me.
Damn it.
It's a complicated way to kick in a door ever. Tanta's castles are protected by ramparts designed to keep invaders at bay. Powerful foes lurk within these walls, and you won't be able to escape until you've defeated them. Make sure that your health is high and you have plenty of healing items.
You never know what surprises might be waiting up ahead. Be ready for anything.
Yeah, thanks for the pep talk.
Once a year, a grand military exercise was carried out involving garrisons of all the fortresses across Pranos. The exercise was overseen by Tanta Sila herself, and participation was considered a great honor. But on this particular occasion, she ordered her soldiers to fight one another to the death. Those who refused were executed on the spot, and if the tales are to be believed, those who accepted and survived were driven explosively and entirely mad.
Some pretty fucked up shit happened here.
Yes, and Sila appears to have enjoyed her part in things a little too much.
Additional storage capacity received.
Hey, okay. Thank you for that.
Look, Ma, a gift card.
A gift card. Oh, those things. I already beat one of you. Now I'm gonna beat the both of you.
Looks like somebody was expecting us.
Well, there's only one way onward. You know what to do.
Come on. Yeah. That'll do it. Got you on your toes now. Fuck!
Jesus, it doesn't help that there's two of them. And she won't stop flipping instead of running. Yeah, thank you for that. How you doing today? Yep.
Fuck.
I'm sorry, boss. I'm tired.
Oh, this. How'd you like this?
Come on, do the thing, lady. I'm literally beating down the button. Oh, I guess you did do it.
Try this for size.
I feel like that was really unfair. Jesus. Can y'all, like, give me some fucking air? Jesus. Like, give me space. All up my ass.
Here it comes. Fuck off!
Come on. Such cheap bosses, man.
Try this for size.
Bitch slap.
Try this for size.
Bitch dead. Yes. That's ineffective. So yeah, this is the best thing I got. And I don't like that I can only look up so far.
Yeah. Here it comes.
I think we got this. Just need to get my head on straight and stop sucking. Oh, keep forgetting.
Ha! This'll do it. You're gonna love
Wait,
this.
it worked? It's just resistant. Alright, cool. Yeah, hell.
We got this.
Oh, you're still alive? Get on the ground. Stamina plus 100.
So glad that's over.
Quite. Shall we?
Your dog shit. They almost
Seems
had
we're
me though in
free of
that
any
first
immediate
half.
danger.
Like, they were
hoping it
beating
stays
my
that way.
ass. Like, one would start fucking me up and then stun lock me, and the other one was like, haha, I will take over where she left off. Jeez, that was way harder than it
Proceed
needed
with
to be.
extreme caution, Frey.
Great.
It just changed color. It's big, deep breaths of grossness. It's just some blue zombies. Let's go. Beaten them before. Yeah. Break storms. In the first steps of a corruption, huge maelstorms, concentrated break can sometimes occur. If you get caught in one, your health will gradually deteriorate, and you'll also be attacked by nightmares, the deadliest creature that have you. Focus on finding your way to safety, all else is secondary. No, you won't be able to explore any points of interest while the break storm is raging. Oh, so you might as well just
What the hell are those things? They don't look like animals or humans.
I believe they are life forms born from the break itself.
They're like my worst nightmares come to life.
Don't push yourself too hard. Our main priority should be to find shelter.
Hi.
There's a cave nearby. We should hide there until the storm passes.
Sounds good to me. Lead on.
You missed. Being a thing on my arm, you can see really far. That was like a
I don't know
mile.
why I want to go home.
The deadliest creatures, they
This
sure
fucking
fell faster
sucks.
than the
Do
last ones.
understand
Yeah,
that that
exactly.
may have been a bit intense.
Intense?
I feel like I'm being
That was
lied to.
batshit crazy. I might live on the streets of New York with a cat as company, but I would rather be there alone than spend one more minute in this fucking hellhole.
We'll try to get some sleep.
Try to get some
We'll be
sleep.
better
It's
in
not
the
warm.
morning.
Yeah, sure. Much better. In case you forgot, I'm on my way to battle a boss bitch tomorrow.
Yeah, boss ass bitch.
Fuck!
We will take over the title of boss ass bitch. Nah, it almost does because of the shadow. But yeah, like she's just dirty. Even her shoes are like messed up. They were white when we started running, like yesterday. No, they're like really messed up. Missed that achievement. Chapter 4. What must be done? Please freeze.
Feeling better?
Not really.
Feeling better with
I had a
Dr.
nightmare
Pepper.
and it was 10 times better than this.
It is quite beautiful.
Yeah. In a everything here wants to kill you kind of way.
No, I just mean that even amongst the madness, there's a sort of delicate grace. Destruction and corruption
English.
are forms of creation in themselves.
Wow. You sound like a serial killer.
What?
Destruction and corruption are beautiful forms of creation in themselves.
I don't sound like that.
You absolutely sound like that.
No, you absolutely sound like that. Yeah, see? Two can play at that game.
You're fucking stupid.
Well, perhaps not everyone has the sensitivity and subtlety required to appreciate the beauty inherent in chaos.
Sure, Hannibal.
Who? Oh, yeah. Earth joke.
Bingo. Well, before we set off, we might as well take a look at this floor plan that Johidi gave us.
$10 says it's useless. Might and Main, Chapter 5.
Finally.
All
We're
of
going to
us.
the castle.
Forgive me if I'm not excited.
Can I move now? See you, please. Try not to fall. The terrain around Prinos Castle is extremely treacherous, partly as a result of the erosion of the break. Fall into a crevasse, and you may struggle to escape, even with the help of Frey's parkour skills. The best course of action is to proceed with caution. So we're playing the floor is lava. But first I wanted to go back in here because I saw this.
It's about time you learned something new.
Yeah, shut up, you. Alright, we're gonna abandon this for now because I can't do anything with it. Still need to do this one. Almost have enough for that. Need 10 for that, and need 10 for this. So we're gonna do these together so that if they aren't glitched, they'll at least unlock together. What does this do? Creates larger defensive shield while charging, which is blasted forward with more force. Oh, okay, so maybe later. What is it with games these days? Must have parkour. Well, this isn't even really parkour.
Makes perfect.
But there's like no other word for what she does. Like she could just kind of run real good and climb things. But now she's like super powered because of the way that this place is. And him on her wrist has given her like superpowers.
Thinking of making something?
Okay, so we'll just stick with what we got. Oh crap. I wasn't ready for that. There we go. Hey, hurt.
In the frame you go.
Immediately ignore it.
That's that.
I mean, luckily they're coming out with a little bit better
did not
games.
hold
Like
back
this
in the
is just a hold one
fortifications,
button and she
Not
just kind
entirely
of
surprising
does
for the
parkour.
so-called time
Like you don't really have to
travel
think about it. Like I'm just holding the button when we
Need
hit
to be
tap it now and
careful.
again to make her do
This is
a
a
double
woman
jump.
who faced entire armies.
How do we get inside?
Countless thousands met their fate at the end of her blade.
Okay, listen, you don't have to.
Then she bathed in
But
the
also,
blood of her enemies.
I'm not a fan of it being
Okay,
$70
okay. No one ever said that.
for this.
Red in color.
Yeah, don't. Let's just try the gate first.
Also, there's auto loot, which is nice. So I said it's an area loot. So most
Did you
things I don't
find
even
something?
have to tap a button for. Just kind of run over it super fast and we're good to go. Like these plants, you would normally have to push a button, but I just kind of run up to them. And auto clicks. Also, I'm bad at not. Just do that. Bad at running in straight lines.
I don't like the look of this.
There. Whoa.
I was up playing Warframe. Oh yeah, dude, I can't do the Warframe stuff. Like, as good as I am at movement-based games, like Warframe just got so tiring. Using the same like 3 buttons over and over, like this will cramp my hand.
Ah, come on.
The best things come to those who wait.
Just remembered I bought pierogies yesterday. Guess who's gonna have pierogies today? Is this guy. The hell is she? Oh, okay. I guess it's her house being like, no. Well, too bad. I'm coming in. Good luck stopping me. You could probably create a macro for a game like this where you just tap the button and it automatically would hold it for you. And the good thing though is there's been a lot of accessibility boosts in gaming lately in the last like 10 years. So even if my nerve damage ever gets worse, I should be able to still play the game for the most part. Like that's one of those things I've always said though, is if I'm ever gonna lose body parts, please don't let it be my hands. I really enjoy video games. Even with VR, like I feel like I would miss out on certain things. Like if I lost a leg, that's fine. Hopefully my left. I wouldn't mind my right though, because that's the worst one right now.
You know, it's not the ability
Yeah, if I'm
to
gonna lose
use
a limb,
magic
hopefully it's a
that matters.
leg.
It's what you do with it.
Yeah, thanks. Kind of guessed that already.
Good.
Haha.
Come on.
You all got hit.
All right.
Trouble Lord.
Now's your chance.
Here it comes. That's it. You're mine. Let me at him.
They're gonna hate when they're too damaged. Alright, where am I trying to go? Oh, okay. I think that's the way it came. Oh, so it's these little.
Seems kind of slow.
Yes, that might not be your only concern here.
Good night. Gotta work a little there.
Only a little.
Good progress. Bitch, you thought. Didn't get up.
Got one for you. Die!
Ooh, nice find.
Downright murderous.
Like that. Nope, not working.
12, 13, 13. Alright, now where was I going? Hows to go ups. I think I think that this is a lot of running around just to find the path. It's like, oh yeah, okay, I see it now. Must go up. Hey, over there. Good thing. Good thing.
Ooh. Gross.
Another reason I'm saying don't spend 70 on this game. That movement's really funky. Like, feels like it needed another month of polish. But honestly, it's a pretty done game. But I don't think it's $70 done. Like $70 good. Story's interesting and all.
We got this. That's not doing much.
Oh, crap. Wait. Hey. Relax. I got most on my back, but it was not a fun idea. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Thong 1 for instance, programmed 18 theme song to play. That's right, I forgot you could program the songs into the little robot dudes. My friend showed me that like a couple months ago, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Almost want to play again. How dare Warframe constantly make updates that make me want to go back. But it's just the grind is kind of a slog in that game. Spell combos. Holding your click after using certain spells and abilities will release a quick fire burst of some of your highest level magic. These follow-up spells can be triggered after the following: attack magic during magic parkour, attack magic after casting a certain number of spells, sport magic, dodge rolling, etc. Let me see the example real quick. It doesn't really tell me.
We must be getting closer. Don't expect any respite from here on in.
Respites are for babies. I'm an adult. Ah! Wait a second. Yeah. And that's River's Eagle. Thank you for that follow. Welcome over. Oh yeah, I changed up the follow alerts in pretty much every alert. There's like 20 variations of each of them now. I gotta name the little AI buddies that do them now. There's two male, 2 female voices. 3 and 3, I forget.
Got you on your toes now.
But yeah, I've been working on that for a minute, and it took about a week to set up properly. No mercy. Achievement unlocked. What is that one for? Perform 30 killer blows. Alright.
What's this?
Looks like some sort of mineral. And quite a special one at that.
So that's the break thing we were looking for. Right? Oh shit. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay, there we go. It just started scrolling. I'm like, oh no, it got away from us. An extremely rare ore found only in the mountains of Pronost. And even there in the very small quantities, Tantasila had her distinctive armor made from this highly prized metal it produces. The ore itself glimmers bright red and is seen as a symbol of the realm where it is found. The people of Pronost once believed that it conferred the protection of the Tantas. So what I'm hearing is we should eat it and we'll get super strong. I have just one of the Junpei from Persona 3 saying, "Welcome to the nest." I still haven't played any Persona games, but I've experienced them through osmosis because one of my friends is super into that sort of thing. Oh, a couple of my friends actually. So because of them, when I would like work with them or stuff, they'd always quote that sort of stuff. So through osmosis, I know who Joker and stuff is, but it's like I cannot be bothered to play them just because I'm so behind. I feel like I can't remember how long they said the last game was, and then the new one's like 200 hours. I'm just like, but I want to play all these other games. I don't have time. Oh yeah, like maybe I was thinking if the next one comes out, I'll play that one. I'll try to, before that, watch some YouTube videos that like really summarize the other games, and then just go from there on. Kind of like Final Fantasy. Like the ones that didn't come to PC were great and all, but I didn't want to commit the time to the new ones necessarily when they weren't for PC. Like I had a PS4, and then I had to sell that to, you know, financial stuff. But yeah, anyways, I didn't want to play games on consoles anymore once it bricked. So, that was still so sad. That happened on stream. I just remembered freaking playing Ghost of Tsushima, having a fantastic time. Like 5th stream in, I'm like really invested. Then the goddamn console just bricked. So it turns out what happened with that, which I don't know if I ever told the story on stream, why I didn't finish Ghost of Tsushima. So yeah, apparently Sony put out an update for all the PlayStations when 5 came out, and it bricked a lot of PS4s. Mine was one of them, and they wouldn't cover it. So
wondering if maybe there's a quieter way in than
I fixed
the
it
front
myself
door?
and then sold it, I should say. So it's not like I just sold a brick.
Sure you're not getting cold feet?
Most of them are isolated games with their major time.
Just
oh,
learn to
okay.
look
If they're
before I leap.
isolated, that's not so bad. I still would want to do at least a summary. All right, where's the thread?
According to the floor plan, that's where the
she's
throne
gonna
room
be.
is.
And that's where Sila will be.
Cool. That's all I need now. Let's find a way in.
There's the gate. Seems as good a
I'm
way
doing
in as
good,
any.
Cut. How you doing, Katana?
Assuming it's not crawling with soldiers in there.
Perhaps we'll get lucky and discover they're all out on maneuvers.
They're training. Oh no, they're training. God forbid I go kill their queen. That would be just so unfortunate.
Hey, that cliff.
Is that our
The
way
floor
in?
plan seems to show a narrow path running up it.
Another way in, maybe.
Cool, let's do that. I do likes me the quiet,
didn't expect
sneaky
the place
ways.
to
I don't
be
like to
so
yell until I have to.
I'll count my blessings if I were you. Let's hurry up and find Sila, shall we?
Who's there?
Looks like the poor souls used to live here.
Sorry, but I need to get by.
Oh wow, why didn't I use this on the zombie scene?
Now's your chance.
On it!
Oh man, 3 knockdowns. Alright, I need 2 more. Which one are you still standing? Come here, come here, come here, come here. It's not gonna hurt. I'm just gonna try this on you. Oh, I guess this doesn't count if they pass, so. Alright, I need 2 more. Oh, you're still alive? Here, there you go. My bad. Remember, don't leave orphans. Even adult ones. Come on, come on. And the ground is
So
lava.
the Tantas caused the break, right?
It certainly seems that.
What I think.
After all, it appears to be thickest around the castle.
So if we get rid of them, we get rid of the break too?
I'd say it's a possibility, but I wouldn't
Oh,
get your hopes
jeez.
up too high.
Why'd you hit me
Why
so
not?
hard?
It just seems rather persistent. You might stop it from getting worse, but as to getting rid of it entirely, no. Who are you trying to hit exactly?
That fucker right there!
Do the thing.
This'll do it.
There's a lot
This
going
looks
on.
like a big one.
Oh, that's my own thing.
Here it comes.
Yeah, so I'll probably do the next Persona when it comes out and just spend the time playing that instead of trying to go back through the old ones and spending like 200 hours per game. That'd be like Skyrim commitment if you think about it. Like, that would be such a time eater. But not bad, because I love Skyrim and stuff like that. And Persona looks right up my alley. The one thing that me and my friends joked about, because when he first described it to me, I didn't quite understand, but I'm like, it sounds like you're just playing OC's the game. And he's like,
damn.
I hate that that actually makes sense, and that's actually pretty accurate. So, Rivers, is that about accurate? Is it OC's the game? Oh, your children. Oh, I feel kind of bad. Not really. Okay, come here. We'll put you out of
Right
your
on the
misery.
money.
Yeah. Okay, so I can do that. More crafting. Better crafting. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can't see buttons. Never watched that. I was too old. Yeah, there's apparently an anime for Persona that came out, so I might give that a shot. Same with Danganronpa. Like, Danganronpa isn't really a game for me because the plots are kind of too easy. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, my ADHD's just like, obviously it's that person. I'm like, nah. Like, I don't even believe my own gut. And watching another streamer play through it, I'm just like, oh yeah, it is that person. And why am I so good at mysteries?
You might want to try and avoid getting hit for a little while.
Actually hurt.
Oh, might I? Ha!
Come on, just stand. I'm literally not pressing that button. Like, you let go of the super parkour, and she's like, "Nah, I'm gonna keep doing it." Pretty good. Alright, cool. Cool. So we'll get 6 more. Up there.
See, what did I tell you? Oh, ye of little faith.
So much for plugging the gap in her defenses.
So you can do that.
All right, let's go find where this bitch is hiding.
Yeah.
Huh.
Death
What's
to the
this?
evil lady. Legend of Tantasilla. There was a time when Tantasilla would have drawn her sword in defense of Athia without a moment's notice. Oh, sorry, hesitation. Stupid brain saw no matter, and it was like, that says notice. No matter who or what the threat to her beloved land might be. Her greatest victory came from the Purge of Redig, and from it grew her reputation as a warrior, possessed of a sword and armor so finely constructed that neither could be so much as scratched, and a vengeance so swift and deadly that to fight her was to die in the blink of an eye. Oh, it's just straight up a samurai. She's like lightning slash, boom, and you're just already dead. What's up, bro?
Why did she build a castle on top of this stupid cliff?
So she could look down on all of
defense.
her enemies?
Sounds like a fun hobby.
Hey, I leveled up again. Sounds like you're a typical murder hobo. In D&D, I am not. I actually try to be really nice to people. My enemies, yeah, get beheaded, but that's whatever. I don't torture them, at least. Like, I'm not a weirdo. I don't, like, wear their, heads on my crotch. But in games like this, yeah, death to evil ladies.
This one certainly stands out from the crowd.
Whoopee!
Just do what you do best.
Oh wow, all 3 of them hit me at once. Alright, you know what? I take it back. You guys are good. Let me whip out the cheat button. Shoots.
Oh yeah, incoming.
Come on, do the dodgy move. I hate when she takes so long to do it.
Consider getting hit a little less?
What do you think I am? Superhuman? Nope.
Tired after that little performance?
I got better at the end.
Hey, I'm always tired.
Shit.
All's well then.
Nope, nope, nope. Go that way. Come on, get up there. Get up there. Come on. Oh, come on. It's like 2 inches, man. Just grab.
Pray!
Where am I?
No.
Man, sometimes I hate the super parkour. Here's the thing. Where the heck am I? I feel like that was supposed to kill me, but I somehow lived. Hey, there ain't no storm here. That means I'm really low. Where am I? I have no idea how to get back where I was. Dude, yeah, I actually liked Goblin Slayer a lot. Like, they really did that well and made goblins seem like a living, breathing part of the world instead of just, you know, a common nuisance like a rat. Instead, they were like, no, these things, if you let them persist, will fuck your shit. like your city, yeah, that's gone. You gotta send, you know, adventurers to go clean up the tunnels now and again, or they're gonna mess up your entire city, and you're not gonna like it once they rise up. Come on. Like, that was how I've always thought about goblins since I was a kid, like watching Lord of the Rings and playing D&D. I was just like, you know, goblins are scary. Like, maybe not one or two, but like an army of them coming at you.
You don't think I could
like
take
tiny
them?
caves that they can fit in just fine, and you
there might be a
can't.
way in that would involve less
It's
stabbing
over.
and bleeding.
Oh, hi, kids.
I was half kidding. I'm fond of my blood on the inside. But we may not have a choice.
How do you know that they see
Why
what's
did it
around
do it in
them?
a random?
Let's check to see if the front gate is locked or not first.
I think this is where I came earlier. And this is why I'm a pathfinder. Shit. What the fuck? She just like walks off edges. I think it's the turn thing. See how she can't just turn? She does a sidestep, like spin. I think that's the problem, is that she keeps trying to do the spin. Alright, cool. Can we keep going now? But I think that's why she keeps walking off the edges of stuff. She's just like, and we're gonna go down now. Okay, we're back where we were. Gotta pick the worst way to do it.
That's not doing much. Let me in. Ha! Try this for size.
Where is she going? Oh no, a fireball slowly coming at me.
That kind of magic requires more range.
Kinda guessed that already.
Oh, I didn't even see her.
That went well.
You bet it did. That asshole's going nowhere. Oh yeah!
Aha! How you like that?
All right. Here it comes. Got him. Come on.
Just me and you, big lady. Let's do it.
Felt that.
Up. Up. Okay, guess not. Why are you just staying over there where it's hard to get at
slow.
you? Come over here. I'm just gonna run this way. Come follow me when you're ready for a real fight. Oh, there we go. Aha!
Ready for this? That'll do it.
Why ain't you dead?
Got him. We got this. Bring it.
Not dead yet. Oh yeah,
There.
It's not cute. It's right there. I was wondering why I wasn't putting it down. Yep, move, come on, come on, come on. Oh, Aftershock, a nail design thought to symbolize elegance and grace, causes killer blows to emit shockwave when they land, damaging nearby enemies. It's kind of cool.
This looks like
Better be on my guard.
I always miss the commotion when there's no one around, don't you?
Believe me, you're plenty of commotion all by yourself.
Oh, this is the front door. Ooh.
Whoa.
Place looks
Check
awesome,
out these
though.
paintings.
I most certainly will, as should you. Know your enemy and all that.
So that's them, huh?
Not anymore.
Back when they were cool. Ooh, I can see she's got little biceps going on. Good shit. She's gonna be like the,
I wonder why they turned on their own people.
war-related one. Good to see her having a little bit of muscle girl going on. That makes me happy. They didn't make her look all delicate and whatever.
The Purge of the Red Egg. Yeah, I saw that mentioned in a book from the archives.
That was one
So
where
the
she made
Athenians
them
fought a
attack
war
each
way
other.
back when?
Yes, the Redig were their opponents, I believe.
Oh.
And the Tantas led their people into battle.
Indeed they did. Quite literally, they fought on the very front lines.
Wow. They were pretty good leaders before they went batshit crazy, huh?
For sure, for sure.
Tanta Prav herself.
Looks a little judgy, but
Yeah, I
fair,
was gonna say, she
I
kinda
guess.
looks
The
like a jerk.
Tanta of Justice.
I was gonna say she
I could
definitely
tell.
has the justice
Spent
vibe.
plenty of time standing in front of women like that.
Lawbreaker, eh?
I'm not proud of it. Look, I didn't make society. I just had to survive in it.
Lady.
Scylla, Tanta of Strength. But you knew that already, of course.
Yup, you can tell she's the one in charge. Looks tough as hell, too. Very impressive. No wonder the people trusted her to lead them into battle.
Propaganda.
Propaganda. I feel like he remembers things and he's just not telling us. Like he knows who they are and whatnot. Like he's definitely been here before type of thing.
Ah, that would be Tanta Sinta.
Wow.
The
She's
Goblin
beautiful.
Slayer being
Yes.
dark. Yeah.
She does
For sure.
possess a certain aesthetic appeal.
No, I mean, like, from the inside. It shines through her.
She was the Tanta of Love.
Those eyes. So kind. So comforting.
Getting all that
So
from the painting, I
tragic.
guess. She actually kind of looks
All
like one
that
of my
innocent
cousins.
purity
lighter
to be
skin.
twisted by madness.
Yeah, one of my cousins looks almost just like that. Yeah, she says darker skin, but very much like, oh, it's like weirdly looks like my cousin.
The venerable Tanta
So what's
Olas.
she for?
She looks smart.
She was the Tanta of Wisdom.
Wisdom.
I had a
okay.
teacher like her. Same look in her eye.
You went to school?
Believe it or not, I didn't spend my entire childhood developing a tough street girl persona.
Could have fooled me. Well,
To victory.
feeling more knowledgeable on the subject of all things Tanta?
You're about to enter the next phase of phrase adventure. Make sure you're ready to continue.
Yeah, a little, I guess.
Wonderful. Then shall we go and meet a real one?
Let's do this. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of wholesome animes lately.
Frey!
Yeah,
No name for a demon. I am surprised you made it this far. I'm impressed.
tell her your real
Is that
name.
actually you?
Maybe it's
Or are
important.
you hiding behind one of your puppets again?
I am the one you seek. The one and only Tanta Sila.
So, face to face with the kitty killer herself.
There will always be casualties in war.
Great.
Oh,
No
she got
war, no
beefier since the
casualties.
picture.
Sounds good to me.
Simple-minded.
Oh crap.
Silly girl. Naive. There will always be war.
No, there doesn't have to be. But you and your goons don't care who you hurt. You killed a child. A little girl. Her blood is on your hands.
No. It is you who trespassed on my land. You who set this battle in motion. You disregard rules and then act as if you are the victim? Take responsibility for your actions as I will for mine.
No time like the present.
Let's hit her in the face with rocks. Oh shit, she can teleport.
Oh, the hell?
Behind you. Always behind you.
This is how you wish to proceed. So be it!
The same thing as us, but with swords. That's cool.
You
I'm
are
gonna
quicker
muff
than you
you up.
look, demon. Perhaps it is not luck alone that brought you here. Let us see what else you have to show me.
Dodging fireballs isn't easy. Might these pillars protect you from the worst of them, perhaps?
Damn! Talk about tough. You ready? Yeah. Got you on your toes.
You
man.
dare face the Tanta of war?
Nice try.
The old bait and counter, eh? Good work.
She's actually not half
Power
bad.
extends to conjuring weapons out of thin air, I see.
If you won't come to me, I'll come to you.
I'd rather that.
Pound her into dust.
Careful, Frey. Come on,
Oh, wow.
you're better than that.
Where'd that go?
Burn,
Yeah.
demon! Do you despise me for killing the child? Then show me. Let your rage be your guide.
Don't let her provoke you. Concentrate. Don't rest on your laurels. She hasn't yet shown you what she's capable of.
This ought to be good.
Nice try. She's
This
so
is
on
far
it.
from
though.
over.
I wasn't done.
Wicked demon! How
Look
dare
how strong
you
she is.
besmirch
I'm
my
digging
armor?
this.
You will regret this!
Oh, doing is chucking rocks
Not if
at
this
you.
is the best you've got.
Champions of Prenost! Caesar!
Hiding behind her minions again? I thought Tantas were supposed to be powerful.
Foolish child. This has been nothing but sport. It is time for you to
she's
learn
like
what my
Goku.
soldiers are truly capable
Oh,
of.
no.
We shall never concede. For Prenost!
No, thank
Do
you.
not cower in fear. Fight! Yeah. And how do you hope to defeat me from there?
Very careful.
Ha! Enjoy.
Your carelessness shall cost you your life! Whoa! Loathsome creature! You shall be hounded to your doom! As I suspected, you are no warrior. Wicked demon! This place shall be your grave! Foolish child! Well, don't just stand there! Kill her!
That's not doing much.
Oh, useless fools!
It appears you put a dent in the mighty Sila's armor.
That dent's about to get a lot bigger. Suffer! Huh.
thank you.
Nope,
Alright, can
not
you just
working.
calm down?
Yep.
Coward! Weakling! Are you too craven to face me?
Come on, hit the ground. Damn it, it took so long to get to the
Such a
ground.
pain in my ass.
I knew I should have stayed on the ground.
I will run you through!
Ah! Time for some pain.
Embrace the flames! My soldiers will make mincemeat of you.
Can you just not? Got him.
She must not escape!
Take this.
Crumble to ashes! Do not know! My...
Die? That
You
was cool.
will burn for humiliating me!
Oh, she is Goku. Goku, but laughs a lot more.
This may not be good. Her anger is fueling her power.
Well, you know what? She's not the only one who's pissed off.
So,
Time to finish this.
why don't we ask her why did they start the break?
Tell me, demon, what do you make of my blade? Its edge has been honed on the flesh of 1,000 enemies.
Oh, please. I'm ending your bullshit now.
Do your worst. My sword screams out for the taste of your blood. All your talk merely amounted to this. This is nowhere near over!
Relentless, isn't she?
Worth a shot.
It's been too long since my last worthy opponent!
You know, I don't think she's getting any calmer.
I don't feel very worthy.
Come too far to fall now.
Where'd she go? Oh. Stop hiding.
Steady, Frey. Take her down.
Whoa! You think you can defeat me? Do your worst!
This'll do it. This is for all the people you killed.
All nameless sacrifices for a greater good! What are you waiting? Your power!
You're mine.
May just rival my own. Come, demon! Give me all that you have!
Gladly.
Take that, turd. I gotta say, why am I so strong? I had my powers, what, 5 days? 4 days? Something like that? I'm already more powerful than the strongest woman.
That was for you, Olivia.
Now to give her death by snoo snoo. But without the snoo snoo.
All will be well.
Alright, let's take her stuff. Oh, she has one like me. Put it on. Are we gonna have 2 friends? I would like that.
What is
Or we
happening?
can absorb it.
I'm not sure.
I'm a new Tanta.
Whoa. I think we just leveled up.
Right, harder now. Might and Main achievement. Oh wow, more things to do. New spell has been unlocked. You can now use Sila's magic. That's why that cape was saying it enhances her magic. And I was like, why would I want to do that? That means she'll just hit me harder. Oh, that's kind of cool. Alright, so now I can steal her abilities and use them. I can make a sword. That'll actually be more my playstyle, because I'm kind of sick of the running around throwing rocks at people thing. Come here, you. I wish to hit you with my sword. Just chase him down, beat him up. Easy peasy. So judging on what I've heard about Sila, she should be the toughest boss of this game. Since, you know, she's the only one that's, you know, the god of war type of thing. I feel like the others are going to be like, you know, half as easy. Or easier, I should say. Chapter 6. I forgot to read it because I was not paying
What's wrong? You're awfully quiet.
I just took someone's life.
With good reason.
Damned if you do.
The people of Sepul will thank you for it.
I really thought it would... I don't know. I just wanted to punish her. Thought it would make me feel better.
But it didn't.
No.
Made me feel better.
It's no easy thing to take the life of another.
Well, I've taken out break zombies, but only in self-defense.
It was self-defense when I kind of was grinding
anger. It was premeditated.
It was self-preservation. She was never going to stop coming after you. More innocents would have died. More Olivias.
I guess. Kill one
Sorry,
to
my
save
cab
many,
is killing
right?
me today for some
Exactly.
reason. And today's leg day, so I'm a little bit worried. Hopefully I don't like snap something. So I'm going to do some stretching before I do it. This journey, a hero's welcome. Ah, yes, we somehow made life better.
Hey, Cuff.
You didn't do badly, you know? She was no ordinary opponent.
Was that a compliment?
Don't point at it. How do you feel?
Mentally, a 4. Physically, a 10. Oddly, I feel pretty good for a girl who's just had the shit kicked out of her.
All these new powers of mine.
You absorbed Sila's energy. It restored your strength. Healed you.
No shit, I was there.
And, as you put it, you leveled up. The binding spell the Tantas placed upon me seems to have loosened a little too. Much obliged.
So,
Well,
I've been
whatever
thinking,
happened,
is
it's
he
gonna
the
make
big
surviving
bad?
in this funhouse easier for both of us.
Brighter paths ahead. Time to head back to Sepul and tell the people that Sila's shadow no longer hangs over them.
Now Sila's gone, I just need to get Bob to teach me how to use the Tirana. Then I'm out of here.
You really think he's in a fit state to teach you anything?
I have to believe he is. Gotta think positive. Can't wait to click my heels 3 times.
Is that how your people celebrate victory or something? You really do have the strangest customs.
Judgerton over here. I'm getting used to reading Athian.
By the way, I think I'm starting to understand these Athian letters.
Ah, I'm very impressive. Swift learner, eh?
Wait, then how have I
I
been
actually
reading them
picked
the
up
whole
on
time?
French pretty quickly when I was in school.
Is that another Earth language?
Oui, monsieur.
That's a yes, I take it?
Frey has absorbed Tanta Sila's magical power and can now use her spells and abilities. As a result, a new skill tree can now be accessed via the magic section of the main menu. Cool. Let's read this. Zip spell. This spell allows you to pick an anchor point and distant wall surface and zip towards it at speed. Oh, okay. Combined with Frey's jumping and parkour skills to make getting around Athia a whole lot easier.
Why don't we try out your new gifts?
Yeah, why not?
I don't understand. Where do you want me to link it to? Like there's that over there, there's this over here. It's changing color, so I must be... Oh, okay. It just wanted the ledge. Didn't matter what color it was. Alright, cool. He's still doing tutorials. Like 9 hours into the game. Special zipping circumstances. Locking onto certain objects in a terrain feature with the zip spell can trigger special actions. Play around with it and try it out everywhere you go. Never know what could happen. Oh man.
Whoa!
Okay.
Now keep an eye out for places where you can put your new skills to
Just change the damn camera. Why would it do that? It just went no. I was gonna go across like Spider-Man. Oh wow, I got a new sword. How do I?
Yep.
Left side.
Well, do something.
Some multiple fiery swords that protect you by attacking enemies while you're charging your magic up.
Do you think you might consider getting hit a little less?
What do you think I am? Superhuman?
Oh, okay, so you press the button and it does that. Oh, that's easy. Alright, rush towards the magical... Rush with a magical shield that drives enemies back in the ground. That's kind of cool. I'm just gonna say, obviously Silo wasn't using their powers properly. The corruption crept ever onward, out from the castle and into the city, turning all those it touched into slobbering beasts who set upon their fellow townspeople without mercy. Those quick enough to see survived. Amid the chaos and despair, what is wrong with my brain today? One brave young man fought to protect his sister, his knife gripped tightly to the very last. Aww.
Even the kids had to fight for their lives.
Yes. The last days of Praenost were tragic indeed.
I'm so strong. Now use fast travel function. Oh, was I not able to fast travel this entire time before
We
this?
gotta keep our heads on a swivel.
What?
It's just a way to say we need to keep our eyes peeled.
That sounds disgusting.
Forget it. Just stay alert. There might be monsters.
Peeled eyes. Indeed. Do you realize we're not the monsters here?
Why does it automatically go up? Bro!
What?
Fuck you, dude! Who made this control? Like, you're an asshole. Alright, so when you do this, like, I can aim down now. use WASD. So maybe it was me, actually. We'll try it again. I'm going to jump off a thing. Oh, okay, it was because I was holding W to go forward. Okay, cool.
I'd imagine you'll have this wrapped up pretty quickly.
Yep, no sweat.
Okay, so it's 1 and 2. Would actually want to swap those out, to be honest. Oh, I wonder, can I do something with those? Oh, that's what they're for.
Ooh, that was sweet.
Possible.
Alright, I guess we're not that Spider-Man.
Look out!
Come on.
If only you were made of sterner stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm not, right? It's not good.
Frank,
I wasn't paying
can you
attention.
hear
I
me,
have no
Frank?
idea what killed me. Probably used up all my blocking, I guess, before that. Whatever. Okay, so yeah, it does use up the stamina. I get it.
Look out!
Might want to run.
Oh, I forgot it doesn't control.
That's not doing much.
Do you think you might consider getting hit a little less?
What do you think I am? Superhuman?
Okay, so you have to hold it each time. Also, they kind of suck it in.
All right. Smoking. Yeah.
What do we got for the sweet sword abilities? Conflagration. Calls for fire. Oh, cool. Okay. So that's like a ranged ability. That'd be good to have. It doesn't really say if that's a spell, like, specifically, or... Alright, anyways. Alright, I think I have just about everything I want from over there. Oh, straight up kick. Her abilities are cool. Right, for now, let's get this. So it gives me 2 abilities over here,
This ought to be good.
3 over here.
Oh, this one. Boy,
No!
Alright. I had a feeling. I'm like, I feel like I forgot to take a photo somewhere. Grab that real quick. I'm not far away. Oh, he's playing combat music. Oh, okay.
for my next trick.
Come on.
Gosh, look at you go.
I know, right? Much obliged.
Well, finish the job.
Got you on your toes now.
I just want something of a handful.
Alright, that's cool.
I don't mind. Keeps me on my toes.
Get out of the way.
Straight kick the crap out of him.
Looks like we're done here.
It does, doesn't it?
Click.
This fuck.
Next.
Boy.
You've got quite good at this.
One whole coin. Oh, what's that?
Yeah.
Come on. Why does it look like it wants to do it, but then it's like, nah.
Learn to take your time.
Hey, look, another one. Oh, so it could be from up or down on these ones. Oh, it is from down. Never mind, I see it. Oh, that works. Accidentally.
Oof, that was kind of tough.
That's kind of tough. Took 3 moves.
What do we got here?
Consumables.
I'll try not to consume them all at once.
Might want to try and avoid getting hit for a little while.
Oh, might I? Woohoo, that hits the spot.
Quite fancy a little taste myself.
With the
We should be
pass.
safe here.
Good. I'm exhausted.
River cluster can now be upgraded. The balloon can now be crafted and upgraded. Okay. Okay. Okay, so those are when I need very specific things, I guess. Alright, I can just... Alright, give me a sec.
You do like your reading.
Yeah, yeah. Which one was it? This? Used by 50 or more.
Let's see how this goes.
Thinking of making something?
Oh, it said necklace specifically. Oh, I can just go for anything. Oh, I need more anglestone. I craft anglestone. No.
Anything intriguing?
Over enemies attacked from midair. Is the peas. Alright, what about these ones? Are these still not working? Alright, so I'm gonna abandon them. They're glitched and I can't do them. Increase the value of break shards through crafting. Do that later. The enemies are vulnerable. Build up power and damage enemies. That one might still not work. Same with that one. Alright, so.
This looks like it'll be worth my while.
Kind of wish you could just set up your own hotbar with like what you want kind of thing. Like the 4 spells you would want, maybe.
I do not want to get out of bed.
Or
well,
2 spells you
you
would
have
want,
to. So there.
Because I would set up the flower as part of my hotbar, like you know when you hold Q.
Actual treasure.
And the nugget. Kronos Castle was built around a century ago. A great fortress atop a forbidding precipice, as befits a realm dedicated to war. At first, the Tonto would descend into the lands below to rule her people, but in time, the castle itself attracted smiths and those who supplied them, and a city quickly sprang up around it. That's cool. Alright, so we'll come back.
I changed my mind. I want to rest some more.
We're up now. Come on, let's shake a leg.
You wouldn't be saying that if you knew how comfy that bed was.
Well, that reminds me. Did I ever take that picture? No. Dang it. I knew I was forgetting something. It's like, there's a reason I came this way.
Yeah. This'll do it. Yeah. Straight up amazing, am I right?
A little modesty wouldn't hurt.
Oh, he doesn't want to give me compliments, and anytime I try to boost my own confidence, he just craps on me.
That'll teach you.
Yeah, what he said. That's it. We might be able to take a nice picture for those kids around here.
You're the expert.
It's right over there. I know what I must do. Come on, we're like right there, man. Just jump up, you doofus. Yeah. Alright, cool. It's like you got a tricker into doing the movement the way you want it to.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Let's not get careless.
All right, let's take this photo. That's that.
Guess that'll do.
I like all the red though. Feels like a nice touch.
Frey!
I personally love the blue. That's just me.
Sleeping while walking is not advisable.
But strangely appealing right now.
What's that?
I sense a hostile presence beyond your gun.
Yeah, stay frosty. Got it.
Are you running away?
Ooh, gross. This'll be good.
Just hold still like a piece of corn. Oh, it kind of seeks a little bit. I think that makes it a little bit. Yeah, they're moving weird, so.
Yeah.
How are these not landing?
Nope, it's not working. Whoa.
They're resistant to this.
Well, what do you think?
I think you defeated several enemies.
Ugh, never mind.
Tired after that little performance?
Hey, I'm always tired.
All's well then. Wonderful.
Might as well pocket this.
Try this now. Okay, cool. So you don't have to take the hurt. You can just jump. Missed it that time too.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Come on. Oh, I feel awful.
Well, do something.
Suck it, poison slippers.
Damn. And we're back. Good, because it tasted like crap. Yeah. That's not doing much. We got this. Let me at it.
Now's your chance.
On it.
Do you think urgent action might be an idea?
Shut up. Gotta find the right moment.
Remind me of Komodo dragons. That's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I could have gone through that without getting killed if I would have just kept healing off of them. But instead I was just like, I want more.
Oh
More
my
damage.
god, that was insane.
Just try not to fall.
Think I maybe ought to run.
I think you may be right.
I finally tried my middle ability. More photo opportunities? I thought I already did this one. Crap. Oh, wait, yeah. Let me see, how does fast travel work? Fast travel C. Where's it going? You know what? I think I can work with that.
Why are we here again?
Please tell me you're joking.
Ha!
Just jump out the wall.
This should be easy enough.
Only that were true of every battle. Oh, the most impressive find.
Hey, a freebie's a freebie. Yeah.
Come on, get up there.
Huh. Yeah. Huh. Huh.
Not much, but you never know.
All right. Huh. Huh. Ah. Huh. 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 Yeah. Huh.
Just breathe, will you? You'll never hit anything otherwise.
Not helping.
That was pretty cool. Yeah, her powers make me feel kind of strong. Come on, go that way. Do this.
Yeah.
Whoa, just keep going.
Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Ow.
Frey, my goodness, you've sprouted horns.
Huh? I have?
No, of course you haven't. Didn't think you'd actually fall for it.
Huh? Oh man, I bet the kids in town would love to see this. Gotta get a good angle.
Easy. Alright, let's just get out of here.
Can't wait to show this to the kids.
They'll certainly have plenty to be excited about.
No, oops. That's what I was looking for. It's like, how the heck do I get out of here? Alright, so now we should be able to just head straight back into this new area.
That's a good find.
Hey, Eggstone.
I don't like the look of this.
Not good.
Not at all. You can't just fire away willy-nilly.
Why not? Use it while you got it. That's what I say. Ah! Got you on your toes now.
Stop locking onto them.
Yourself.
I keep trying to
I am
move
very
off
aware
and
of that.
charge it up.
Thanks.
No. No.
It's just frustrating sometimes. Just keep sprinting at them and then starts charging, and it's like, no, just charge where you are. We can hit more of them. Just chill.
Ah!
I don't like the look of this.
Ah! Oh, you're awful. to go? One more round? I think I'm feeling lucky.
Well, it's certainly good to see some enthusiasm. I think we're in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, we need a... Oh, shit.
Might I suggest that we withdraw?
This should be easy enough.
Only that was true of every battle.
This should come in handy. This'll be good! Ugh. Just about. Damn.
We need to find somewhere safe. Now.
Where the heck am I at this point?
Shit! Thought I was dead for sure.
You weren't the only one.
Way too close.
And I'm just trying to leave the area, but it's just leading me farther and farther south. Come on, man. What is this crap? If I die, I die.
Think I might be getting a taste for this stuff.
There are worse habits, I suppose. You're starting to cover some impressive distances.
Shit, this one's gonna be tricky.
Might be worth it for the practice, though.
Almost. Leap over enemies and hit them. Experience that are vulnerable. Actually. It. Stop using your sword. I keep charging the dang attack and it just keeps automatically swinging with the sword.
They're so fucking clingy.
God, stop. Like, this is the kind of gameplay I don't like where it's super sticky.
Hey, you hear that?
Like right there, just try to swing. And
Right in the sweet spot.
I don't even know which way.
This isn't over.
I think I'm just going fast travel.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to be a fun, interesting way to go, but it's just stupid. I'm just going farther and farther the wrong direction, I think.
Much obliged.
Well, finish the job.
Where am I now? Okay, fuck this. Now can I?
Why are we here again?
Please tell me you're joking.
That was a real pain right there. I don't understand why it works on some things, doesn't work on others. It's sticky, is all hell. I don't understand why I can't run up the wall either. Like... Oh, so that's how it's supposed to work. That's a lot cleaner.
Ooh, that was sweet!
Possible.
Oh, so it doesn't cause anything. Wait, where's the front entrance?
Plenty still left in the tank.
Pride comes before a fall, you know.
Trust me, I am nowhere near done.
Alright, fuck this. Fast travel again! This time, just bring me to Sepal. Do you have any other quests? Just want the kids to do.
Frey! It's so good to see you back.
Yeah, it was intense. But I made it. I killed Scylla.
This sounds dark.
I'm sorry, it must have been awful. But thanks to you, the break had stopped advancing. You have given us a glimmer of hope.
So what is
I
that?
meant to tell you.
Right.
There's a celebration at the tavern. You'll stop by, won't you?
Hey kids, look what I brought you.
Oh, it's you! Did you bring us lots of pictures?
Sure did. Here you go.
Oh, that's amazing! Is that really what it looks like out there?
I want to see more. Please. Please.
Okay, I gotcha. I'll be back with more pictures later.
You can now use the monochrome filter. Use paper frame.
I can't wait to see what the rest of Athia looks like.
I wonder what you'll show us.
I like that he looks like a tiny Markiplier. You still need to take this many pictures. Full.
Oh, Tanta's blessings! Our hero!
What?
Why, the corruption has stopped. The corruption has stopped spreading. And that can only mean that something happened to the Tanta. You happened.
I was wondering why it was more sunny. Cool. Look at that. I'm a good lad.
So Tanta Sile is gone. Good. Perhaps now we can live in peace.
See you soon, Frey.
Bye, little buddy. Alright.
It's good to see you back, safe and sound. Autumn will be relieved, that's for certain.
I feel like you had a crush on Odd. Or was it someone else that had a crush on Odd? I know someone had a crush on Odd. Just can't remember who right now. Oh crap, that's a lot of people.
Huh! If it isn't my fairy ungodmother. Thought they taught you not to judge a book by its cover. No? Okay, thought you get that one, being a librarian and all.
Archivist.
Look, the point is, I did it. Aren't you impressed?
Should I be?
Yeah, it wasn't a walk in the park.
No, I don't imagine it was. But I fear this is only a temporary victory. The Tantas are deeply connected. They may be at odds with one another now, but their bond is ancient. Like the four wheels of a wagon. Together they keep things on track. Break one, and they're all off kilter. Clank! There will be repercussions.
What kind of repercussions?
That I can't predict. But something tells me
The
we'll
obvious
find out
kind.
soon enough.
Sure.
I hear there's a celebration in your honor at the Shady Tree. You should go and revel in your victory, Tanta Slayer.
You get a party for killing one Tanta. Just imagine what they'll give you for killing
I
all
guess I
four.
won't be able to beat it today.
No,
I thought I
thanks.
was going to be able to speed
Perhaps
run
they'll
the rest
name a
of it.
village after you.
Actually, yeah, that would be pretty cool. But no, I'm not planning on killing any more Tantas. I barely survived this one.
You're not heading to the tavern.
What? Oh, the guy's gone.
Look, it's the hero of the hour!
Oh, look at these people celebrating our victory.
Ah, you're just jealous they don't know who you are.
Well, I did play a vital role in your much vaunted triumph, you know.
Huh. I guess you're right. Well, I appreciate you, Cuff. Thanks. I couldn't have done it without you.
Could this be? Are we becoming friends?
All right, whoa. I'd say civil colleagues who tolerate each other. I think I've earned this pint.
Cheers for Liberator!
Rare celebration.
Well, look who it is. Heard about what you did. Well, look who it is. Heard about what you did.
There we go. Now we're gonna
Can't
actually
believe
talk
you
to
got rid of Tanta Sila. Drinks
That's
are on
it?
the house. It's
Okay.
the least you deserve.
What's a domain grog? Give it. Is it a little bit of
You
everything?
sure? All right then.
So it looks really good, like hair-wise. Like his hair and his head and his beard look really well done.
Wow. There's some real depth to this one.
New booze, new booze.
You've probably got a lot on your mind. The city is safe now, thanks to you. You deserve to relax for once. Promise me you will.
Sure.
Oh, Frey! Cheers! Wait, do you have a drink?
It's busy in here tonight.
Of course it is! We're celebrating the return of our hero!
Rather a novelty being welcome for once, isn't it?
I didn't do it for you guys. I just had a score to settle, that's all.
That's as may be, but you saved the city nonetheless. So you have our thanks, whether you want them or not.
A song for our hero, perhaps?
I suppose it can't hurt.
May I?
Thanks, but I don't dance.
You'll be fine. Just follow me.
He's got a crush. Let's see what she's got. Dancing in the Sepal.
What do I do?
Relax and enjoy yourself. That's what.
2, 3, and 4 at precisely the right moment. If you nail them all, you'll complete the challenge. However, press the wrong button at the wrong moment and it will all end in tears. Shit.
Watch and learn.
Okay, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, speed-wise.
Like this. And this. Just delighted. And this. You're good at this.
Did she at least wipe her face off before dancing? She's still covered in Tanta blood.
Amazing! I won't be forgetting that in a hurry.
No need to blow smoke up my ass, but that was fun.
Crushed it. Best dancer around.
Thanks for that. You'll dance with me again sometime.
I'll think about it.
You've probably got a lot on your mind. The city is safe now.
Oh, hello! Would you like to join us? I'd love to see you dance.
You already danced, buddy.
Thanks again for dancing with me. Hope we get the chance to do it again sometime.
Well met, fair savior. I trust the festivities meet with your approval.
It's nice, Wallace.
Well met, fair savior. I trust the festivities.
Now we're gonna do.
Ah, the ale's never tasted so good. You have my thanks, hero.
I'm making special food at the tavern.
I haven't seen this much excitement in town for years, and it's all because of you.
That looks so fun! I want to dance too! Gosh, I've never seen so much food in my life!
I keep forgetting I don't have my super parkour. I was like, why can't I just jump over the wall?
I'm sorry I doubted you. We're all very grateful for what you did.
I did it. I killed her. Not sure you'd even be happy to hear that. Hey.
It looked as if it was trying to tell you something.
Yeah. I wonder where it went.
Now, if I was using a controller, this would be 10 times easier. So I can set my speed to the same speed.
You want me to have this?
You king of the cats or something neat? Or queen of the kitties? Oh, a headband that Olivia was very fond of. The flowers it's made of are quite difficult to find inside the city, but even after its owner's death, they've remained as fresh as the day they were picked. The stray cat Olivia used to play with kept it safe after her passing, and eventually allowed Frey to have it after she proved herself worthy of such priceless keepsake. Oh, that's cute.
Skittish little thing, eh?
It's a cat, Cuff.
Olivia used to wear that, didn't she?
Guess it's Kitty's way of saying thanks.
Tough. Did you find something? That's a good find.
Sweet. I really wish there was something more than just the sprint.
Well, if it isn't
kinda
our
like his
mighty
outfit.
savior! Stop and celebrate, why don't you?
I did. Can I go to bed now? Hello, Lear.
The people are smiling again at last.
That's it? That's it? You're not gonna say, hey,
Didn't
sorry.
expect to see her letting her hair down like that.
Yeah. And in the lower city, too.
Everyone looks so happy! Oh, I hope they stay that way.
Me too. But I know everything's gonna get real stupid in it. Just feel like it. I can feel it in my bones.
The corruption is coming! The corruption is coming from Overwallet! It's here in St. Paul! Come on! Let's go! Let's go!
Corruption approaches.
What's going on?
Well, let's do our level best to find out, shall we?
Cool. Thanks, game.
Huh?
What the hell?
Please tell me this is just a bad game. That's just weird.
Wait, a minute ago they were
people,
and now they're...
Not people.
This is awful. This is fucking awful.
There's nothing you can do now. Just put them out of their misery.
What? No, I can't.
You have to.
Fuck this.
So Johidi was right. Your killing Simon has provoked a response from Prague.
Are you blaming me for this? This is not my fault.
No, you did what was necessary. How were you supposed to predict such a response?
Just when you think things might finally get less shitty. Yeah.
Yeah, bada spike. Come on. Come on. 7,000. I didn't mean to press C. I fat fingered it when I was trying to hit F. Almost. Couple more. I didn't do that, but alright, I'll take it. One more.
And that is how it's done.
Then leap over and defeat
Oof, can't wait to give this a test drive.
Satisfactory work. What other gems do you have up your sleeve?
Okay. Cool. All right.
Get out of the break and head for the upper city. You're wounded.
No shit. Let's just keep going.
Couldn't even get a bath. Like, just let me wash my face at least. Like, come on.
Thank goodness. It looks like we're clear of the break. Stay strong, Frey.
I'm okay, I think. I'm just tired.
The upper city isn't far now. We shouldn't have to deal with any more breakball.
These poor people. It took them completely by surprise.
No one could have predicted this.
I'm exhausted.
Keep going.
Daddy! Daddy!
The corruption! Here in Zapal! Will it reach even to the Abyss? I'm too young to die!
The corruption. Within the city walls.
I can't die now! I never even got to see those flying monsters!
Me.
Not everyone made it to safety. Some remain outside.
Yeah, but why are some people corrupt instantly, and then some people, like her dad,
Why?
takes years
Why?
and he's perfectly fine?
Save us! Someone save us!
Really can't go faster?
To think it would come to this.
Mom! Where are you?
Frey! Tanta's mercy! You're badly hurt.
There are so many of them. They came so fast.
This destruction is because of you, demon.
Can we just
The
kill this
Tantas
guy
were
and
fucking
call it
this
a day?
place up long before I got here.
Lies and treachery know no limits. I should kill you here and now.
This is not the time or place, Janesh.
I will do what we should have done the day this curse was visited upon us. Out of my way! Guard! Unhand me!
Stop this foolishness now! This is from the Balor. It will soothe the people's pain. It won't reverse the damage, but it will stop the spread.
Janesh, you've crossed the line. Now is the time to be pulling together, not threatening each other with knives. Councilwoman Belette, you're going to let this stand?
No. Janesh, your behavior has brought disgrace upon this council. As
Kill
of this
him.
moment, I am
I don't want him to
relieving you of
become
your
a
seat.
bad guy.
Take him.
You mark my words. One day you will see I was right. She is a demon, I tell you. No good will come of this! None!
I told you there would be repercussions. But you're not done yet. Before you came, people had resigned themselves to their fate, cowering in fear of the Tantas, held captive by their madness. But now, because of you, they're starting to think they might just stand a chance.
What are you saying, Joe?
I'm saying you need to kill the other Tantas. End this once and for all.
What?
The wound cannot begin to heal until the bleeding stops.
No, that's straight up murder. I'm not killing anyone else.
Then what do you propose to do about this?
I don't know. This is not my fight. These are not my people. I have enough blood on my hands.
If not you, then who?
I don't give a shit. Just leave me the fuck alone.
She's not having a good day.
Frey!
approaches.
So much hope for her.
A good child. So I thought. What's wrong?
We all had hope. Such disappointment. She seemed like she wanted to do it. She was hesitant, but she was speaking our lead. She seemed brave.
Very brave. She wasn't.
Only so long as favors were left. I thought she would be brave enough to do this, but she's too selfish to finish it.
Yeah. So many lives could have been saved, but so many lives were lost.
It's my fault. I believed in her and I helped her escape the Tower of Benoi.
No, it's not. I'm to blame. Wherever I go, turns to shit. It's always been this way. No, I did this. I'm so sorry.
What a selfish beast! That is the law against you!
My dream? Oh, okay.
Tanta's blessings.
Hey, what happened?
You collapsed. Do you mind if I examine your wound?
Be
I
honest
was
with
wondering
me.
why her shirt was completely clean.
Is this place always this bad, or did I bring this shitstorm with me?
Athia was on the path to ruin long before your arrival. This latest tragedy was decades in the making.
Me being here isn't helping. Wherever I go, trouble follows.
Frey, don't say such things. You deserve more kindness than you've been shown, or than you show yourself. You're healing nicely, but please, Frey, look after yourself.
Awake at last. I was starting to go out of my mind with no one to talk to.
Believe me, I'd much rather stay in bed.
So, what's our next step?
Find Break Bob and peace the fuck out.
Alright, well, we're gonna save here. We'll finish it tomorrow then. There's only, what, 4 more chapters left? Yeah, we can wait till tomorrow. I'm gonna still probably do a stream in a little while. At least like 2 hours. 2-hour stream of Dead Space, so make sure you show up early. Yeah, I'm excited for the remaster, so I'm gonna take care of that in a little bit. Anyways, I hope you all had fun. I know I did. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see y'all next time. Thank you again, Rivers Eagle, for that follow. Akek for that 100 bits. Dark Skies Demonic also with the follow. Thank you both. Dad advice for today. Dad advice. If you're gonna stop drinking soda, make sure to replace it with something good. Like you don't really need to necessarily go for flavored water or just water. You can go with like Gatorade. They even sell Gatorade powder, so you can go with water with Gatorade mix, and you can mix it to your liking. I used to love the red one for that. Sometimes you can get the blue. That's really good for that. So I used to make big old pitchers of that. Another thing you can do is go to places that have the SodaStream type things where you can select what kind of soda you want and then change the flavor however you want. My favorite was the Powerade Raspberry. It tastes really good and was a great replacement for Dr. Pepper. But yeah, that's going to be it for me. It's been Beard. Later.